Alright, the stream's up, you fucking bastard.
Are you ready to go through more of the adventures of Eeyore?
Of course. That's what I'm here for. Also, I feel like shit because, like, the other day I only got like 2 hours of sleep and it's been ruining my body since then. Pretty sure I'm also getting sick too.
Hey, off we go.
Damn. Maybe your immune system would be stronger if you actually ate something that's, healthy.
My immune system is usually great. I usually never get sick. You don't believe me?
I think so. The people who saw her were a little fuzzy on the details.
I mean...
Say it. Say it.
A lot is left to be desired.
I'm offended.
I don't care.
Yes.
That's so mean.
Well, let's go take a look anyway.
Oh, I'm kind, just not your kind.
Why don't you say it honestly? You're just not kind to me.
Always kind.
I'm glad everyone's all right.
Are you going to kill us now?
Fucking with that attitude, I just might.
Not if your name's Clive.
What?
Or are you going to take my daughter away and brainwash her?
Bro, this man cannot catch a break.
Are you asking or offering?
God, no. Hello, Jeremy.
Wait, it's not like that.
Lies! I know who you are. The blazing sword of Dana is here to oppress us. And if we fight back, we die. I've heard it all.
Okay, have you killed any
No, listen.
Renans?
Only the Lord.
Are you sure? Because that doesn't sound like what she's saying.
I'm leaving.
Wait, you...
Don't come any closer.
Okay. One, dial back your tone. What are you going to do to stop me if I want the child?
That is not how you should be interpreting this, Kyle.
Tone your voice down. If I wanted the child, you wouldn't be here.
Well, that wasn't Nazamil.
Seemed like she wanted to move to Vicente, but in the end, she probably wouldn't have been able to fit in. I feel sorry for her child. Are you okay?
This isn't the first time this has happened. Let's go back to Vicente.
What was up with that woman and her daughter? And here we were worried about them.
It's all right, Loth. Even knowing how deep-rooted the conflict between Renans and Danans is, it's still difficult to accept that some people just won't listen.
Right. Putting all the blame for what happened on one person? It's irrational.
Thanks, squad. I knew you guys would back me up.
It's too bad that wasn't Nazamil, but at least we know for sure now. Yeah. Let's head back to Vicente.
I can always count on my squad to give me the right fucking attitude.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
You've been looking a bit blue these days. Want to talk about it?
Really?
Well, you know how for the past year I've been traveling with Shion? Without settling down in any one place like the rest of you?
To seal up the mausoleums, right? That's something only you guys can do.
The reason I didn't stay in cities for long was because I wanted to avoid people.
Because everyone's either calling you a hero or a destroyer, right? That's why you exploded in Nies, isn't it?
Yeah. I wanted to protect Nazamil, but it wasn't just for her. A lot of that anger was for my own sake as well.
But what else could you do? Any way you look at it, they were in the wrong.
Even so, I should have handled it better. If I hadn't lost control and caused this whole mess, Nazamil wouldn't have run off.
Look, I get why it's bothering you, but that doesn't mean...
It's not just her, is it?
I get the sense that behind all this, you're actually anxious about your future.
Alphen's future? What are you talking about?
You really are perceptive when it comes to other people.
If people could be perceptive about their own business, no one would ever have anything to worry
Damn,
about.
okay.
No doubt. I'm in this mess just handling my own problems. I worry I'm not ready.
Regardless of what anyone says, it's your life. Don't let your future slip away from you. Or perhaps I should say, your future together?
Wait, that's... you mean Alphen and Xiang?
Spluttering like a fish is not proper decorum, young man.
You're not even that old.
I'll still have to think it over and choose for myself, but I do feel better now.
What are you gonna choose? You're pussy whipped.
I
God.
think there's someone in trouble here.
Guy out here's really gonna act like he's gonna choose anything but
See what I
her.
have to say.
How many times do I have to tell you? We cannot allow that!
What's wrong with asserting a right that I obviously have?
Not again.
Fine. If it's come to this, I'll use my astral arts to show you who your master is.
Enough!
Why, you insolent!
This man wishes to emigrate here, but is demanding preferential treatment because he's a Renin.
That's not how things are done here. Did you come here without knowing that?
Lord Dohalim. I had heard talk, of course, but I considered the rumors too preposterous to believe. So, it's true. The Blazing Sword and the Lord are working in league with one another.
We've been doing it since before the fucking...
An affront to our people.
Thank you for your help. He wouldn't listen to reason.
Lately, more and more Renins and Danins are acting like that.
It's true. I'm trying to think of solutions, but it's a very delicate situation.
Oh, one other thing. Droshin from the Department for Welfare was looking for you all. He says he has something to discuss.
I think more than likely that Sovereign business also included the idea that they were going to need someone to rule them if this ever happened.
It's difficult to receive such hostility from a
Okay, as far as they're concerned, they don't know what happened to the crown contest, and then their home basically just like disappeared.
You're right.
Nazamil, where have you...
Be patient. Just for a little longer.
Be patient. Seriously?
Nazamil, come back! I want to talk...
What a disrespectful daughter.
Nazamil was right here.
Who gave you permission to do this, Nazmil? I didn't.
There are too many people.
What did she mean by be patient? And why up here now of all times?
Do you think she's just following them around just the entire time?
Was she actually the whole time?
Please forgive me for summoning you all.
No, it's
I
fine.
was hoping I could ask you to deliver a personal correspondence to Sisluden.
A delivery? Isn't that a job for the Service Corps?
Usually, yes. Truth be told, they aren't too fond of the Corps over there as of late.
Really? The letter is for Bregan of the Silver Swords, right? I can't see him being upset about it.
He isn't the issue. It's the citizens of Sisluden. They're not just wary of Renins, but Danins too.
Makes sense. It is Cislodia after all.
I see. And you've come to us because you think no one would risk interfering with us. Is that it?
Yes. Of course, I don't think such a task would require all of you to carry it out.
What do you want to do? It's possible Nazamil will come back here.
Judging by that interaction, I don't think we'll see her again. Until she's ready. In which case, It's meaningless to continue searching for her. I think we should stay together so we're not apart when she returns.
But
What Dohalim says makes sense. Besides, we've been trying to find Nazamil for a while. It would be good for you to focus on other things for a bit.
Yeah, like me.
alright then. I'll make the trip to Sisla then.
Thank you so much. Here is the letter.
Why is it so small?
So what's this correspondence about?
It's a formal letter between autonomous organizations.
If only we could use Renin communication equipment.
True. There are so many Renin machines we've been unable to use since Lennigus collapsed.
Oh, Hootle? What? Did Hootle do something?
Oh no, it's fine. I was just surprised to see him appear out of nowhere. I'm sorry for worrying you.
Shion, do you still have some of your anxieties from when you had your thorns?
Yeah, I guess. Sometimes I still panic when someone approaches me too suddenly. You know what they say about old habits dying hard.
Right. That must be difficult.
But overall, I've gotten pretty used to physical contact with others. It makes me happy more than anything.
The joy of human contact. Hearing that from you of all people makes it sound all the more wonderful.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And also, I think it's easy to forget as you grow older, but just the warmth of another can be really comforting. It's cold in Cislodia, but when I hug Hootle tight, it warms me right to the soul.
I remember how, whenever I was feeling anxious or when times were hard, my brother would silently rub my back. The warmth of his hand told me that everything was going to be all right. It was reassuring.
Yeah.
Was he trying to be reassuring or keep warm for your lack of clothes?
How dare you judge her for the clothes she wears?
You're always welcome to hug me, or even just lean on me, whenever you want.
Kyle,
you too, Ringo.
That is not very progressive of you. You should be ashamed of yourself, Kyle.
I'm as progressive as I need to be.
Which just means 0?
Really? Now? Well, alright then.
I'm very progressive. Very progressive.
Progressively full of shit, baby.
Thank you. Both of you.
I believe women should be able to drive.
And?
That's progress. That's progress. What?
No,
What?
no, you know what? I blame myself more than anyone else.
Is it not? Is it not?
You know what, Kyle? You're right. I forgot how women couldn't drive in the past 50 fucking years.
Like, you'd be right to be under the assumption that they weren't allowed because they drive like they just learned.
God. Is Johnny Depp's version of Wonka a warrior and a soldier? I don't think so. I don't think there's any evidence to support that claim.
It's as cold as ever here.
The sun may have come back, but this place is still in the mountains.
It will take time for the current amount of snow to melt down to this region's new normal.
How appropriate that Shion's the one who feels the most cold. Not Shion, fucking, How have I not picked back up their fucking names yet? What the fuck is this? Ah. Kisara. Yes. I'm pretty sure I had that right. Wonka knows how to use a knife in the Johnny Depp version. Yeah. I don't necessarily think that means he has to be a soldier, though. Or a quote-unquote warrior. Knife skills do not inherently equal combat skills.
You hear they're doing a fucking prequel?
I'm actually kind of interested.
I wasn't expecting you to come deliver a letter.
Why?
Why?
We heard
Because it's kind of cool.
critical of outsiders in Sisloia of late.
Needless.
It's needless. No
Yeah,
Renans, right?
but what else would you watch? Or what else?
No one watched Charlie and Chocolate Factory and thought, fuck Mr. Wonka, tell me your story.
Source.
The Renans are definitely all gone, but there's still some lingering uneasiness between the Danans here.
Because the dance is bounty.
Yeah, if they were gonna make a movie, they should have done a sequel on that very terrible sequel the book had.
You weren't a fan of the book sequel, I take it.
Rumors about survivors of the snake.
Not particularly.
How dare you?
So, people will always fight, even among their own kind.
All you need for a disagreement is two people. If you want a reason, you can easily find one.
So, are you ready to see in 2 days to watch Goku lose for a third time?
Is it coming up already? Is it in 3 days?
Time, huh?
Of course, there are some people trying to actively change things.
Can the main character of this game scale to Kirito?
If you don't mind,
He technically beats him. But I'm not quite sure how to take that. If I would give Kirito, like, you have to understand, like, if Kirito's in this game, then he perceives this as a game. But this is real to them. Kind of the biggest problem of, like, having Kirito crossover with anything.
Is that he'll always perceive it as a,
Well, because you'd have to assume to him, he has just entered another MMO, but like a fucking Tales MMO. But to them, this is just like real. And it also heavily like depends because it's Kirito the Black Swordsman, not any of his other like forms. So I'm not even sure if like speed and stuff like that transfers over from game to game. So technically, if you're gonna scale him, you don't have to go through Sword Art Online.
I would just not think about it too hard. Persona 5 has a crossover with SAO2.
Since they were freed.
Does it?
They seem as nervous as ever. Caution was a matter of life or death when the Renans ruled here. Learning to relax those deeply ingrained survival instincts won't happen overnight.
Everyone's still avoiding eye contact. It's like nothing's changed.
It'll take more time for them to reach that level of comfort with other people.
Kyle, did you beat the DLC for this game? Dark Lord, I don't know how to tell you this. But,
We're playing it.
this is the DLC for the game.
Hey, you there. I knew I recognized you.
You're that...
Shh, not so loud.
What's wrong? The days of being monitored are long over.
Oh, come on. You didn't forget I used to be an informant, did you? Revenge and vigilante justice are officially prohibited, but still. Anyway, that's not why I'm here. What? Is something the matter? Yeah, a pal of mine left town and I haven't heard from him since. It's been 3 whole days.
Why not ask the Silver Swords? They should listen, regardless of your past.
You think I'd be suffering in silence if it were that easy?
Is there more to the story then?
You ask for help, then clam up. Not exactly what I'd call trustworthy.
Please, you're the only ones I can turn to.
Maybe we should help him out.
Law?
So, this guy's really a friend of yours?
Yeah, I'm not lying.
Alright, we'll search for him.
Law being like, yeah, us rats have to stick together.
Oh, that's so cruel.
That's how I get some free money if we're still streaming this. I might have New Hindra, Shanks, and Law together just sitting down in the bar. Did Kirito hold back in the DLC or no? I don't think he did. I think Kirito actually did.
From the dialogue that we could tell, Kirito went full out and lost.
I agree. In times like these, respecting someone's wish to start over seems more important than ever.
The biggest problem, however, when it comes to like Kirito doesn't backscale from this because technically you can do the Kirito fight as soon as you get to Menancia.
Whack. Also, hello, Mangler.
This is a game.
Whoa, it was louder than I expected.
Yes, I am on speaker. Because I didn't bother to put in my earbuds as they drain my battery.
What the hell do your earbuds do?
Well, they have Bluetooth, so they drain the battery faster.
Suspicious.
I finished False Gods, so I'm on the third book now. I can definitively say, after rereading it, fuck Erebus.
Wow. No respect.
The Horus Heresy is all his fault. 100% blame on his shoulders. I don't want to be that guy that's like, Horus did nothing wrong, but Horus now did significantly less wrong.
Are you claiming that Horus didn't do nothing wrong?
No, Horus definitely did something wrong, but like I think from the Siege of Terra kind of implies that he's not in control of his body. Because when he finally comes to, he asks the Emperor to kill him. And the last time he has a moment of clarity is when he's in the warp in the middle of a coma from a weapon that was devised to kill him and a plot that had been drawn out over the course of a year to lure him into a situation of a false sense of security by a guy that was pretending to be his son. So yeah, I feel like he's probably not to blame. Like, Magnus literally showed up there and was like, listen, you're being manipulated. I am literally losing dozens of servants by the second just trying to speak to you because this place is warded so powerfully. You have to stop this. You have no idea how many human sacrifices I've had to make today.
You have no idea how many humans I've had to kill to make this happen. Please stop. I'm getting tired of sacrificing them.
Well, it was also like a really sad story in Horus Rising because they found, near the end of the Crusade, they found a human species after they went to the world of murder and ran into a bunch of the mega arachnid things.
I'm sorry. The world of murder?
Well, no, they didn't know. They called it something else. It was called murder because when the Blood Angels went there, after a couple months, the last transmission they got was from a Blood Angel captain that was like, "This world is murder," and then his transmission cut off, and they just decided to call the world murder. And when they got down there, they figured out why. It's a world filled with huge, highly advanced, like, arachnid, giant, like, fucking spiders that have razor-reinforced steel around all of their limbs that can cut through Space Marine armor like butter. And there's, like, thousands of them. And they're incredibly hostile. They kill everything on sight.
The Blood Angels wouldn't have lost that fight. I see the fucking novel just
Dude,
another faction.
the Blood Angels were literally, let's just say, since this is the first chronological appearance of the Blood Angels, I'm gonna be honest, they were known as the Blood Angels for a very different reason. And had nothing to do with the Black Rage. Hint, hint, something, something wall trophy. Yeah, but either way, there's this species, this human species that had left. They came into contact with. They were called the. I think they were the. I can't remember how it's pronounced, but they were a species that had basically warned them, that had warned Horus and his fleet not to engage in the world of murder, not to go down there, and they had sent them a transmission of like harmonic sounds and things because they realized they basically had a language that was just super advanced that they felt the need to communicate using like music. And they just told them, like, yeah, well, you know, you probably shouldn't go down there. We just kind of try to keep them there. Wait, what?
Oh, no, the guy was asking me, he said some people scale Kirito to Uni Plus, and I'm just like, I don't know where Kirito scales. I've never read the Sword Art Online books.
I never watched anything outside of the anime.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Oh, well. Hang on one sec.
Hanging on.
Keep hanging on.
I'm still hanging on, yeah. Can I just say, Kyle, since now that we know the DLC coming in Final Fantasy 16, can I just say how much I appreciate that the DLC is still not going to talk about the slaves?
Continue to hang on.
Oh, dude. That the DLC is focusing on two things that don't fucking matter. It's literally focusing on like the two aspects of his life that like really don't need explaining. It's just like, how about expanding what Joshua was doing? No? Okay, what about what Sid was doing before he met Clive? No? Okay.
I think
I'm back.
It's like, I don't want to play through like 20 more hours of like, oh yeah, I've had such a rough life. It's like, yeah, but you're fucking boring.
He's doing his best, okay?
No, because like, it's not even something like, we get to see what Jill does after the events of the game.
Well, considering how well women were rated in Final Fantasy 16, I'm gonna put my money that she spends the rest of her life hanging out with cats, lamenting the fact that she never had a baby.
Sounds like a sob story.
Mangler, don't laugh. She could have been such a good character.
I haven't laughed yet. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the people with the music. So they made contact with the War Master. They were talking to him, and they were like, "Hey, we just isolated this species here, and we sent you those messages to tell you not to fuck with them." And the Space Marines were like, "Why didn't you just exterminate them?" And it's like, what right do we have to like wipe a species out from life? And Horus is like, you know, that's actually an interesting point there. Can we have another discussion about this? And then Horus decides to sit there and have more conversation over a period of time, and he starts understanding their perspective. They basically explained that they left Terra like tens of thousands of years ago. They actually made contact with a bunch of alien species that tried to subdue them. They had a war with them. They worked out a peace talk, and then they sort of converted into a lot of their technology and had some cultural exchanges. And their technology skyrocketed, and they've advanced way beyond where the Imperium is. And so the Horus starts finding them very fascinating because they basically put away a lot of their greater weapons of war in display cases that are locked down to keep them from, endangering anybody. And obviously a lot of Luna Wolves are not happy with this. They're just like, what the hell? They conspire with Xenos. And Horus is just like, well, let's try to understand their reasons, perhaps. It's like, well, the Emperor told us the Xenos was wrong. Like, yeah, because like every Xenos we've run into has tried to fucking kill us. They clearly found a way not to. And he's like, name me a single species that hasn't tried to murder us. Yeah, so they were not all the Luna Wolves were happy. Some of them were like willing to see some discussion on it. What really became interesting was when they got down to the surface and they were on this huge, wonderful planet. They were having a celebration, and Loken, the main character, is basically on a security patrol with another one of these guys from that planet of this. I think they're called the Exodites or whatever. And he basically tells them like, because they're talking about the situation and that they're kind of like worried that this was going to escalate into some kind of war. And then he mentions the warp. And he's like, what about the warp? It's like, well, don't you know about chaos? And Logan's like, what's chaos? He's like, you don't know what chaos is? Oh my God. Oh, thank God. We okay, Logan, I think we're going to be brothers now. He's like, what are you talking about? Isn't that the warp? Like, yes and no. I'm genuinely surprised you guys don't know what chaos is. That's incredible. We've been keeping you at an arm's distance because we thought you were agents of chaos. Because your boss came in and he was named War Master. You showed up with all these guns. Like, really giving us the wrong impression. And,
it just sounds
basically it was. Well, so it was a really peaceful interaction. They were all under the impression things were going to go swimmingly. And then fucking Erebus decided to sneak into the armory, steal one of their weapons, which then set off alarms around the streets, and a bunch of the soldiers immediately turned on the Space Marines because they assumed they were chaos. Because the Eldar had told them, hey, chaos can seep into men from various decisions and things that they make. Be wary of the Imperium. Try to verify whether or not they've used chaos before you make a decision. And then as soon as they broke into one of their vaults, they were like, all right, well, they're probably followers of chaos. And so that didn't turn out very well. Horus basically tried to save some of the people from their planet, and they basically had to get them out of there. And he kind of like just lost his morale in the war at that point because he found the only species he wanted to actually make peace with, and they fucking died, and he had to kill them, and that made him really sad. And then after that, he got stabbed on some planet, which put him in a coma. He got stabbed by a weapon that was made by the Chaos Gods, also orchestrated by what's his face? Erebus. Fuck Erebus. After Erebus may or may not have been responsible for his friend being turned into a demon against his will and forcing him to fight Horus. And then Horus fell into a coma afterwards. And then he manipulated him into believing that he was actually talking to one of his sons, who was dead. So yeah, that entire circumstance was all Erebus' fault, 100% his fault.
Yes, please.
Your dad ask you for beer, or more accurately, offer you
Coffee.
beer? Coffee. You like coffee?
Yes. You've known that for years. Also, I don't drink on Sundays.
What? You observing a day of rest?
No,
I've never
I work tomorrow.
I've never heard of you drinking coffee.
Yeah, I could have sworn you didn't like coffee. I could have sworn you bitched about coffee to me before.
You bitch about coffee. I call you a child.
I don't drink coffee, jackass. I've never had coffee.
I know.
How can I bitch about something I've never
You're
had?
a child.
It's because I
Because
don't
you're a child.
fucking need it.
Because you're a child.
Like, I don't think you quite understand what you're saying.
I do.
I don't
You're just a
think you
child.
do. Not liking coffee doesn't make you a fucking child. And secondly,
Hey, look what I found. Read what I just found.
Armor that may restore equilibrium to the world. It manifests itself only before those who are absolutely pure and just of heart. Get that silly shit out of my sight.
Actually, while Mangler is here, I think he'll get fucking kicked out reading the armor.
What's happening?
If you can see the stream, Mangler, read that armor and you let me know what you think of that.
It's not even real armor. That's just like... You're just wearing a piece of cloth.
No, read the description.
I know, I'm just saying it's...
Don't get
shining armor, my ass.
Don't get
There's
mad.
nothing shiny about this.
Don't get mad at his drip.
More like armor of the fraud.
Also, this is a costume. Different armors don't show up like it's fucking God of War.
Or like any video game ever made, apparently.
Yes, so you know, you have malicious intent, go fuck yourself, you're never gonna hit Alphen.
Damn.
Ugh.
Alfie's not sure if that's what they're looking for.
We'll pick it up anyway.
So yeah, I think now that I've started Galaxy in Flames, the purging has already started. So that's great.
That's good.
For those of you who are unfamiliar, when the Horus Heresy begins, since it starts in the Luna Wolves, Horus basically tries to get rid of everybody that's causing dissent within his legion and purge them of anyone loyal to the Emperor. And the first thing he does is that he actually kills off a bunch of Remembrancers, which is basically the Imperium's equivalent of advanced historians that are also supposed to write like poems and things that are like they're responsible for recording a lot of things in histories and also writing stuff both accurately and in critique to anything that the Imperium's fleet does. And one of them was allowed to, on Logan's request, was allowed to criticize the war effort, and they sent a mute warrior dude into his room to basically how can I say this, fake a suicide. So he died.
Well, damn, okay.
Oh, he was a great character. It was kind of fucked up what they did. They also killed another dude in the middle of a battle by shooting him directly through the back. Right in the middle of a battle when no one would have expected it. That was going to bring the Space Marines to trial for trampling over a bunch of people. Then they killed someone else. Oh yeah, they killed another Remembrancer. Horus just kind of snapped her neck. So they're just purging right now. They're trying to get rid of everybody in the Legion that's not loyal.
So it's telling me that it was all Horus's fault.
Listen, I'll explain this the best way I can. His mindset and his perception is changed as a result of being in the warp now. He is no longer the Horus you know. To put it in the easiest way possible, Nurgle and several of the other space cast gods have either A, killed drastically more powerful warp entities in the warp, or B, captured them and basically have them as slaves in their realms. There is no reason to assume they could not put Horus under mind control, when that is literally, well, technically, based on what they did, they clearly are influencing his mindset directly. That would not be anywhere like beneath their level of power. It's like trying to, control a minor god in the warp when you already have feats of besting way stronger gods. I still do not know this game.
Unfortunate.
I tried to look at some audiobooks for Warhammer, but apparently I have to pay even more money than the physical copies. So I guess I'm sticking to finding PDFs on the internet.
See, PDFs are good for him. Why aren't they good enough for you?
When did I say they were good enough for me?
I mean, I think you can make
you always bitch about how you're supposed to pay for all the media.
Yes, you are.
When it's reasonable to do so. Which, most of the time, it is pretty reasonable to do so.
It is not.
However,
it is not.
It is, because most media is not that expensive. The problem okay, you're just wrong when it comes to, a lot of...
No, I'm fucking not. It's fucking expensive here.
Maybe because of, your wages? But, I doubt...
Nope. They hike it up even higher because we're basically isolated.
Oh, shit!
That might just be an Australian thing, because that's not really a thing, at least in Europe or America. But yeah, I was just gonna give an example that there are novels in the series that are $60 to $80 a pop. I actually found out some of the stuff in Ravenholm was it's $100 for a used copy. It's what the fuck? This novel better have the second coming of Christ inscribed on the first 10 pages.
Are you still talking about the fucking Bayonetta guidebook that you fucking got?
What is so important in this novel that I need to pay $100 for? I probably already read some of the best novels in the entire Black Library. There better be something that brings me to tears and makes me, I don't know, change my entire belief system on the way of the world in the first 10 fucking pages. Because if not, I'm convinced you.
This is all very riveting. But the main character is having an existential crisis about being a hero. And not wanting to be one.
Except he does want to be one. He just doesn't want people to fucking call him a hero.
Also, what novel? First page, or the first Ravenhorde novel for 40K. It's $100 for a used copy. Also, apparently, Mangler the Sorceress isn't enough for... The skin for the Sorceress isn't enough for Infinite Speed. The fuck it isn't.
Shh. We have cutscenes.
The what?
There's a scan from the DMC2 guidebook that confirms the Bromancers, the Oromancers, and the Pyromancers from DMC2 basically move through space immediately. And that was enough to grant them infinite speed, but apparently that's not enough for whatever. No statement for zero time, doesn't matter. That's not how that works. You do not have to prove 0 time for a displacement. That is a claim of blatancy, even by VSB standards. You do not need a blatant time displacement. How many infinite speed statements actually have a length of time presented? Guarantee you, the overwhelming majority of them don't.
I can probably hold like 6 things with my hands.
Also, that wouldn't matter for most of our positions and most of the things that we'd be arguing anyway. But that is a stupid fucking point. It's completely fine to pirateer from Disney and Sony because those two companies are terrible. So I'll say this in regards to Gamers Workshop. If you're looking at certain novels, it is probably not okay to pirate them, because they're usually within a reasonable price range in the secondary market, and some of them have been reprinted. It's not too difficult. Some less popular novels have actually been reprinted in larger omnibuses that are under like $15, but they have at least 3 to 4 to 5 novels, which $15 for 3 to 4 to 5 novels is a pretty good price, especially for what you're getting. But then you got those losers that are like, yeah, this is worth $300. It's like, really? Am I getting like 30 novels? Oh no, you're getting 1.
So it is kind of hard to tell, but this DLC is actually a lot more ballsy than well, I mean, there's off talking about Gamers Workshop and shit. This DLC is actually a lot more ballsy than you might think, because most games do not ever give you a sort of post events. It's just kind of implied that everything's okay and you just move on. Even Final Fantasy, I think only 4 has after years, right?
4, 7.
Well, okay, but in 7 you just find out that Cloud just decided to be a bitch and ran off.
But I think so, while this is like something that's like the test of time when it comes to like advice, technically telling people that like I'm not gonna always be there to help you, don't get mad when I don't help you, is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, but then they kind of forget that part, and then they just want you dead.
Pyromancer can manipulate Hellfire. What hacks will that have? Hellfire manipulation? Kind of in the name.
Just like
was that a trick question?
I think he's asking like, because Hellfire can like destroy souls and interact with demons, what properties does the Hellfire get? I don't think he's asking something as super blatant as, I can control Hellfire, what do I get?
You'd be surprised.
Doesn't Hellfire affect the soul? Yes. At least in EMC. Bro, all demonic energy affects the soul. Some demons are just more blatant about it than others.
Yes, and now we won't know a lot more of the POC stuff till May. So that's nice.
No, we got earlier. I love the.
Check your app stores. Does your app store say sooner?
Yeah.
What does your app store say?
My app store claims freaking January next month.
Demonic Synergy needs to get fixed on that site. It does. It needs to get a little bit of a fixer-upper, perhaps.
Shion, could you just like talk to Clive, or not Clive? Can you just talk to Alfred to make him feel better?
Talk to Clive. Get a fire under his ass. Do something.
Actually, it's not bad. That's not bad there either, but that's not what I meant.
Your outfit looks like Kirito from Sword Art Online.
Well, yes.
That's because I stole it from him.
Is that actually like a crossover outfit, or is that?
It is a crossover outfit, but technically he didn't actually steal it from him. That is just the lore we're going with.
I mean, works for me.
Works for Kyle too. Look at that jacket. Snazzy.
Oh. He's gathered everyone in the squad. What do you want? What do you want?
My soul sandbox gets accepted, then fixing it will be way easier.
Guys,
Yep.
I need you to stop mooching off me for your problems.
Impossible. Mooching is just sometimes necessary.
Don't throw away the blazing sword. Please don't throw away the blazing sword. We fucking need it.
The way he's wording this, they can turn into a villain very quickly. I am the new lord. The entire village goes up in flames.
What am I saying? You see this doll on my head? I want to have time to bang my wife. I did not fight a god to be able to touch my wife, to not spend time with her.
Bro, why do the world eaters sound so stupid? The first sentence out of their first member's mouth, and I already hate them. Sorry, there's like a sentence where like Loken's talking to one of them, and he comes aboard one of their ships, and he's like, "Greetings, greetings," and he looks at one of the display cases where they have the trophies from the arachnids for the World of Murder, and he's like, "Oh yeah, these are from the World of Murder. They were." Our War Master believes we should probably try to remember the things that we kill because, I mean, it's important to know your enemy. And his response is literally like, Agron has the share of trophies too, but only from foes that deserve to be remembered. Like, should we not remember them all? He's like, no, there's nothing to gain from knowing your enemy. The only thing that matters is that they are destroyed. Everything else is just a distraction. And I'm like, I already hate your Legion.
What? Oh, right. They get barrier on attack. Fuck. Can I draw a fucking...
I can tell that you must have been the this must have been the Legion that receives the Emperor's ignorance.
Rude. How dare you, Mangler? Just because...
And maybe he's just you know a bad apple, perhaps.
Just because you don't agree with people's method doesn't mean you can say that.
Pyromancer having power, null, energy manipulation, mind manipulation, empathetic manipulation, non-physical interaction with the Selfire is funny. And that power, yes, and they will have power null with any soul-based attack if that passed. That's not the only thing they would have. I mean, demonic energy can do a fuck ton of things. You understand that, like, if most CRTs were passed, demons would literally have a list of abilities that would be comparable to Dracula's profile on their shared shit. You would have to get a Bible to look at all the stuff that they have.
And that's most lesser demons. That's not including boss demons.
That's not you would have another Bible for the Demon Kings specifically. That would be exclusive.
Technically, we're not lying. Say that like it could probably walk through God of War.
Most other verses too.
I don't need the power of Abigail to be Kratos.
And also, lightning is helping with fixing the pages. Yes.
So I finished getting all the relics for Dante's Inferno. I have gone through the game I think like 3 times at this point. So I definitely have all the stuff I need.
That's good.
Hmm. Oh, I did find out something interesting. Wow, this is kind of silly. So the suicide fruit, I forgot, actually has the same effects as the abilities in the suicide forest. So the suicide fruit does exactly what it's supposed to do. It forces a person to kill themselves, or at least attempt to kill themselves.
Oh man.
But when you throw it at a demon, oh, go ahead.
Oh no! I was just so shocked that the suicide fruit made you commit suicide. Kyle, did you see that one coming?
I know. Well, I was confused about it because when I would throw it at demons, instead of them killing themselves, they would just sit there and have an existential crisis holding their head. So it doesn't cause, like, demons are resistant to its intended effects, which is to kill themselves. It just kind of stuns them. Whereas Dante has a completely different reaction to it. When he gets hit with the effects of something like that, he pulls out his cross and attempts to kill himself, but you can, like, force him not to. So, yeah, it also does, like, tons of damage. So where does he scale to? Based on Lucifer's statements, Lucifer claims that all of them are going to witness the end of the universe. And he says it's going to happen very soon. He claims that soon they're not going to be under his rule, but they'll be free. They won't be under God's rule, but they'll be free under his. That he's going to take over the 3 kingdoms of the afterlife. He's going to bring chaos to the cosmos and remove all that is good in the universe. And he's going to leave the earth a desert. Shake... it's like shake the earth or something like that. Something involving kingdoms. Yeah, like his lowest statements range from life wiping the planet to fucking up the cosmos to just destroying the universe. He makes it clear that, like, yeah, all of existence is at threat if he gets free.
VSB? Nah, vague, bro.
No, it's not that VSB said it was vague. Their reason was that he never performed this feat, and I was like, concession accepted. Where's my star level Goku? Because
what the fuck happened here?
I don't know.
There's only room for one blazing sword here, partner.
Whoa, what the hell? Who's this dark pit looking kid? I don't think they claimed it was vague. They were just like, well, he never really performed this feat. So he could potentially retire, but it's like, no, not really.
You know what I just realized? Rimworld 2 Wings make her look like, what's that? Oh, what's that Yu-Gi-Oh card that Merrick uses?
Fucking Change of Heart?
Yes.
Bro, Change of Heart's
He just looks like a fusion of Honest and Dark Honest. So he's basically Sanguinius.
You guys wanna... We're not gonna talk about how that's Alphen's mask?
Hold on a sec. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
How can that person see?
They can't.
That's covering their whole face.
Well, they probably can't see, if we're being honest.
That can't be good for their eyes.
Alfie versus War. Unfortunately, Kyle left, so you have to wait.
What's an Elfin?
This guy looks like someone you find in Silent Hill.
Yes. I never played Silent Hill, but I imagine it's rather dangerous.
Have you really never played Silent Hill?
I've never played Silent Hill. People tell me good things about it, but I'm just not into like horror games.
We ain't gonna talk about Silent Hill 2? Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'd win.
Better get back to reading Galaxy in Flames. Man, it is so much easier to read when you can physically hold the novel.
Oh man. Who could have guessed?
Have you made any more progress on George Joestar?
Yes, I am now in, I think, chapter 4 or 5. I read another chapter. George meets up with Rohan Kishibe. Or Kishibe? Rohan. He meets up with Rohan. And Rohan, he's talking with him a bunch, and basically, after a couple interactions, some funny interactions, because he doesn't know how to, like, mention him in, like, certain honorifics, because he's just like, oh, don't refer to me as, like, Rohan Sensei. You don't need to do that. It's like, oh, what about, like everyone calls me Mr. Rohan. There's no need to do this. And then he keeps messing up, and he's like, well, I'd rather refer to you as the Sensei. And he's like, all right. And then he uses Heaven's Door on him to make sure that he doesn't call him, like, anything but, like Mr. Rohan or whatever.
I appreciate the fact that he gave him the chance before he decided to use Heaven's Door.
He does explain stands to George Joestar, and then he, I think later on when because they're still investigating, George Joestar is a detective, and he's investigating the death of one of his friends in Moria. Is that the town in part 4? The Moria? Moria. Yeah, and after a period of time, when he checks he finds a lot of the information from the investigation to be really suspicious, what George is telling him and what he finds in the building that they're investigating. So he uses Heaven's Door to figure out more about who George Joestar is and what he's been telling him. And he says, well, the information that you've given me is a forgery. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, well, Heaven's Door tells me that you apparently died in, like, the 1900s, and you were born in the 1800s, but then you were still alive here. So based on this, you should be, like, 200-something years old. But you've only lived, like, 96 years. There's some weird inconsistency with your age. So, yeah, that shouldn't be happening. There's something strange with you. And this technically is because George Joestar is from another universe. He doesn't belong to that main universe. So, I guess...
Are you telling me a Rohan from a different universe who uses Heaven's Door has the same power?
Doesn't.
Well, this is the Rohan in the main timeline. This is the Rohan in the main timeline.
Doesn't scale. Shut
this
up,
George Joestar is...
Mango, shut up. Kyle doesn't scale.
I think it does.
You can go fuck yourself. You're wrong. I'm sorry, Mango. Go on.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that, like, yeah, Rohan from the main timeline is the one that performs the feat on Joseph Joestar from a different timeline. But Joseph Joestar's backstory is the exact same, literally the exact same as the main timeline Joseph Joestar's backstory. It literally filled in all the exact same plots, and it is identical. I'm waiting for the 4th or 5th chapter. I'm hoping at some point he's going to run into Giorno, because that's going to be interesting.
Wait, you said this was in the alternate universe already, right?
No. So George Joestar is from an alternate universe.
Yes.
He somehow ends up in the main timeline.
Yeah. Okay, so to be clear then... Hang on. So to be clear, he is not in the second universe that comes afterwards. He is not there.
He's not. He's not in Steel Ball Run. No, he's in the main George Stars thing after the reset.
Oh,
This is after the reset because it is the description confirms for the novel confirms that
if he's there after the reset,
Giorno
doesn't that mean
Giorno, it is confirmed that Giorno Giovanni survived Made in Heaven because Gold Experience Requiem just negated Made in Heaven's effect. And Rohan,
wait! I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, so Made in Heaven decided I'm gonna speed up to the heat death of the universe, and Gold Experience Requiem was like, no, I don't care.
So like,
and it just negated the effect.
Could you not? Could you not? I am very busy. Could you not?
I'm trying to run a mafia. I'm trying to run a mafia family.
I'm trying to run a mafia, but I see that you're accelerating the universe to the heat death.
That doesn't exactly work for my time schedule. Can we reschedule this for never?
And Rohan had a significantly better excuse. His excuse was that he was too busy trying to write his manga, and I think VSB does point out that due to the speed of the universe speeding up, since the ink was dribbling off his pen faster, he was really desperate to finish his manga quickly.
For as fast as Made in Heaven makes everything go by all rights, there shouldn't be an ink. There shouldn't be a paper to hand in.
Was that the ink was falling off the brush too fast, so he was way too focused on his work to get it in to worry about Made in Heaven. He basically never left his room, so he never really got affected by Made in Heaven.
That is the most stupid fucking explanation I've ever fucking heard, and the fact that you said that sounded better than Gold Experience Requiem hurts my soul. It makes me question who replaced
So it's just like he wasn't really interested, and he was just like, no, whatever. I'm too focused on my work to be bothered with. I mean, there are plenty of people who probably, if they stayed in their homes, they would have been fine from Made in Heaven. The main reason people were fucking dying was because they were moving.
Are you no? What? Actually, well, hang on a minute now.
Yes.
No. I hate what you're telling me. I want to make that clear for the record.
It's stupid, but the thing is that Made in Heaven doesn't change the laws of motion. It just speeds everything up. So if you don't apply any motion to anything, you'll be fine. So as long as a car doesn't come flying through the window of your fucking house, which it probably won't, you'll be fine. I mean, what? Like, Poochie accelerates to the heat death of the universe in less than like an hour, right? So you only have to survive for an hour at best. Like, that's actually being generous. It's probably more like 30 minutes.
You understand why this sounds stupid, though, right?
I mean, the fact that you don't have to do anything to not die means it's not really that stupid. So the only stupid part would be if Rohan found out about Made in Heaven, which I haven't gotten further into George Joestar. Maybe he found out about it during the events, but based on everything he says, it seems like he wasn't. Well, actually, hang on a minute. I think he mentions Bites the Dust for some fucking reason. I don't know why, because that's Kira's stand.
Maybe he thinks Bites the Dust is what caused all the issues.
No, it was in relation to the murder they were investigating. And someone specifically using Bites the Dust, but he didn't mention Kira. He mentioned a completely different person. Which is why I'm like kind of confused, because I was under the impression this was the main timeline, Rohan.
Jonah versus Yurino Akami. Depends on where you skilled. Well, actually, I don't think Yu has any counter to Gold Experience Requiem, unless you want to be like one of those guys and claim that Gold Experience Requiem isn't causality manipulation.
Semi-El Darksiders versus Full Power AC or Bayonetta. Who wins? Oh. I mean, I guess like Aesir has like the eyes of the world, which is probably good for something. But like,
I'm pretty sure, like, arsenal-wise, you could probably make an argument that Samael has a bigger set of weapons and shit than him. It's just that he hasn't really shown it off enough, so until we see more, I'd probably have to give that to Aesir.
Nah, let's do a real one. Hey Zim, who wins, either Nami or AZ?
Thrag versus Namasaga Goku. What is Thrag?
Fuck you, Kyle. Also,
What?
Thrag would lose unless you give Invincible a higher tier scaling. Thrag loses to everybody in the Namek Saga. Because base, well, actually, yeah, he should beat most people in Namek Saga regardless.
I think the problem you're gonna run into is like he might be at a massive AP disadvantage, but he's got the speed advantage in spades.
I'm not saying the reasoning you're giving is wrong, because it's not. It's just that I think it's very clear as day that Invincible does not treat that as combat speed. Because remember that Robot can also react and fight alongside the Viltrumites.
Yeah. But again, Bragg would also scale above like Alan the Alien, and Alan the Alien, like flight speed would transfer to combat.
Dante killed Toon Force users? Probably.
Again, Toon Force is not that hard to explain. It's just reality warping, for the most part.
I don't really see too many impressive uses of reality warping in the matchups that people provide me for Dante. Like, let's see them get past the basic demons and the demon world first.
React to their warships are moving. Yeah, but normal people can react to Viltrumites.
Yeah, but that's also like saying that like Bulma can watch like fucking Vegeta and Trunks spar with each other.
I mean, she's taken that Vegeta dick enough times. I think we can give her a power boost. Or would you disagree, Kyle?
Taking something the equivalent of a Final Flash.
Oh, she watched her dad die in front of her? Probably for the best. Hey, not for her dad. Sucks to be her dad. Whoa!
The one who taught me that still died in the end.
Woo!
The truth is that people will always doubt, hate, and reject anything that's different, including me.
You know you had like a surrogate father and mother waiting to adopt you, right? Like, what are you moping about? This is just kid logic. It's just fucking kid logic.
Well, I think it's the one of like, well, hate's always going to exist, so fuck it, why not just unify everyone so there's no more hate?
She feels like the goth girl who's like, my parents don't love me, as her dad walks up and like grabs her in a bear hug. You know, like the pouty one that always has their arms crossed regardless of anything going on around them.
Can Adachi's Persona Curse spell work on Kratos or the Doomslayer?
Kratos, yes, because Kratos is not immune. What I am aware of, the death manipulation.
He has resistances to it, but he's not resistant to curses.
Curse is basically just another. So the attack is called Curse, but it's basically death manipulation when you read the description of the attack. Unless he's talking about like the darkness attribute, and then it's literally just using the darkness element.
I mean, he does survive the River Styx, which is supposed to kill anybody on contact.
So
Didn't they change that to basically just power null though?
no, that's the function of the River Styx is to kill you when you touch it. It power nulled him, so you can argue maybe that like
I don't
most
think that's
death
right.
manipulation.
I don't think that's right. I think it was confirmed in God of War 3. I think I remember you showing me the guidebook scan where it's just supposed to be, it just drains you of your magical ability.
No. Like the guidebook says that it would kill any normal mortal
For source?
directly.
Source?
Yeah, like the
Yeah,
guidebook says.
but this is where we have to ask the question: is it the river that does that, or is it the shit that swims in the river? Because it's the souls in the river that take away Kratos' powers.
I'm aware. Hang on, let me check the guidebook.
You mean those fucking assholes who
If it's
just
not,
fucking
then
murder?
you might be right. I might be misremembering it correctly.
Regardless, Kratos does have resistance to death manipulation. The Sisters of Fate couldn't cut his string, so he would still have resistance to death manipulation.
That actually had more to do with Pandora's box, so that would only be certain versions of Kratos.
Fucking telling me the power of hope is what kept them alive, and you're not gonna give that to base
They
Kratos?
literally directly mention the power of hope as a reason for why.
Give it to base Kratos, you fucking bastard.
I mean, it was base
Right,
Kratos that was
right.
getting the feed.
Fucking now, I want to hear
So
you say it.
have you got a decision on where you put Kratos now, Liam? Or are you still going to be wishy-washy?
Like he's actually thinking that.
Kyle, I don't appreciate the way you said that. Could you rephrase that, please, in a less fucking you sort of way?
Okay, have you decided where you put Kratos in a less I want to play both sides of the court type of fashion?
There's no way around this that's gonna make it sound any better, is it?
I can make it sound worse.
Yeah, it just says foremost it would slay. It has various magical properties. Foremost, it would normally slay any being that drank from it. But Kratos is hardly a normal being, and his thirst for vengeance drives him on. So it just means like drinking from it would slay you. It isn't just like the.
Oh, so it's not contact. It's drinking from it. So as long as you don't ingest it, you're all good.
Yeah, but it would be impossible to say that he didn't ingest it when he fell face first into it.
Maybe he spat it out. Because ingesting does not mean going into your mouth. Ingesting means swallowing it.
You would generally assume someone swallowed something if they went face first into a river. That would be disingenuous to assume otherwise.
Have you never?
I've seen divers jump into a pool. I've never seen them drink the water.
Same. I've jumped.
You're telling me there's not a single
I've jumped into
atom
Mangler,
of water that made it past their throat.
Mangler, I know it may be hard to believe, but I've jumped into pools where no water has gone into my mouth.
Not a single bit
Not a
passed
single
into your
bit.
throat at all.
Nope. My throat was as dry as the desert.
I feel like that's kind of stupid.
That's time for everything.
I'm sorry, Mangler, that not everything conforms to your sense of reality.
Were you making an Azula's Wrath reference there?
No.
Oh.
Stop being
No,
silly.
wait, no, that's not everything bends to your will.
Stop being silly, Mangler.
There you go. Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you were going for, and I'm like, are you quoting someone?
Not every time I open my mouth is me quoting something, to be fair.
Yes. Every time I open my mouth, I am quoting someone as well. I just happen to be quoting myself.
Maybe you should stop doing that.
No.
Might not be healthy for you.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Maybe you should stop quoting yourself every time you want to say something.
It's quite difficult. I have to speak. Is Magetsu Izunagi a dark type persona or no?
What, sorry?
Is Magetsu Izunagi a dark type persona or is it not?
If I remember correctly, because you can equip it in Persona 5 The Royal, I believe its attributes are dark and lightning.
What do you mean? What do you mean Magetsu Izanagi? He's talking about fucking Adachi Izanagi. He's not talking about the one that you get at the end of the game.
Yeah, you can equip Adachi's one in Persona 5.
Yes,
The Royal.
You get him in Persona 4 too.
You can get it in 4?
Yes, you can get Magetsu Izanagi in 4. You get it if you completely max out the fucking Adachi's quest line.
Ah, well, I didn't do that.
Yeah, of course you fucking did.
I didn't have enough time in the year.
Uh-huh. Mhm. Is this the part where you say something like, you know, I'm not like Yuzim who takes 3 years to beat a Persona game even though it's only been fucking 2? Not even 2, it's been 1. It's been actually 1 year. I beat Persona 4 last year apparently. I looked at
Next he's gonna say it's only been 2 months. I can hear that.
Can Magetsu Izanagi counter everything Killer Queen has? Killer Queen doesn't really have that many abilities, you understand that, right? All Killer Queen really has, if we're being honest, is it just has molecular destruction, or do we just call it existence erasure?
It's hailing here.
It's hailing, did you just say? Can Bison Dust work on Adachi? I mean, it's possible, yeah.
Oh! Hey, look at that!
Unparalleled power of the righteous cannot be held by the unrighteous. Oh, I didn't realize we were watching Samurai Jack now.
So, you can't hold that shield.
What'd you say?
You can't hold that shield.
I am righteous. I mean, theoretically, Bison Dust could work on a dog. Is that fucking dog panty?
Yes, he doesn't like it when it rains. Or hails. So he's sitting on my chest.
Yeah, so he's gone to your bed.
What's that?
So he's gone to your bed to hang out.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
How do you like the ending, Rod?
It's not terrible, but I have to see a little more.
Ah, there's a good build.
I thought your dog was big though. Like, isn't he a heavy dog?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Speaking
look.
of bite.
Look, I got new pole arms.
I have no idea what he just said, but it sounds like he's having fun over there. The George Joestar novel did mention that Bites the Dust does activate by someone trying to say the name of the user of Bites the Dust. Then you'll blow up if you say it out loud.
So then, Bites the Dust thing doesn't work if you don't say the user's name?
I guess. I always found it a little weird for how Part 4 presents it, which is that if you try to do anything to figure out who the user of Bites the Dust is, it'll just kill you. But, like, that never really made any sense because there's no way that you can, like, project an ability that way based on just, like, intent and knowledge.
That's literally how Wonder of You ends up working later on, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that that's...
Does Wonder Review work in relation to causality?
It works in the relation to don't try and pursue the head doctor or the main stand user, otherwise you.
I asked you if it works in relation to cause and effect.
The answer is yes.
Okay, then that's very different. Because that's not how Bites the Dust is explained.
Except it is. You're just not opening...
Bites the Dust is like, if you try to be a detective, die. I'm like, what kind of power is that? What the fuck does that even mean?
Kyle, stop looking at the fucking swords. We already know what they all do now.
Yeah, but they look so cool.
Is Adachi smarter than Kira? I'd say yeah. Kira could have done so much more to stay alive. He just was too fucking greedy in his ambition.
Adachi is an actual detective. Kira is a serial killer who, by the grace of his power, allowed him to stay off the police's radar.
But he never really, like, got it under control, honestly. He's like, I know I have this problem, but, I'll take no steps to fix it at all. Because I just want to live a happy life. Let me get myself into another situation that compromises my happy life.
Are you
Hang on a minute.
suggesting that he is, trash at his job?
Yeah. Fucking C-tier psychopath. Like, he's a psychopath that functions like a sociopath. Because while he's competent in many situations, he's incredibly incompetent when it comes to his broader goals. Because he keeps getting himself into really bad scenarios. Where's Joseph Joestar? Where is it?
Can you, without team, beat Adachi? Now he can. Although I'd still argue it's gonna be like a mid-diff fight on his own before.
Without TV.
Wait, without TV.
Oh, no,
How's he being Adachi without the TV?
What, you making a fist fight? I think you actually is stronger than Adachi.
Adachi is a trained police officer.
I'm pretty sure in the anime he threw hands down and he won.
His Persona 1.
No, in the anime I'm pretty sure he threw hands and he won. Hang on.
What the fuck? Why in the hell does...
why in the hell does this alternate timeline version of fucking Joseph Joestar have his Joseph Joestar's mother have Jonathan Joestar's severed head kept that in a basement? Oh,
She likes looking at it from time to time. Don't judge.
it was weird though. It mentions that he's had it for 15 years, but he still has the color in his face, and he's healthy. As if
Hamon.
Yeah, that's the Hamon, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Sorry, don't mind me.
Like, George, this is your father. Bro, I feel like this is the worst interaction, the worst introduction ever of all time. Oh, I see. So in this alternate timeline, instead of Jonathan's head being taken by Dio, Dio took the body.
That's basically what happened in the original too. Remember, Dio.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I think in the original, he at least had access to both of them. It just took him some time to get to the rest of the body. Whereas in this case, Dio does not have access to the head at all.
Doing our version of Wonka.
That's probably better for him. He doesn't need Jonathan's head.
I was gonna say it probably is better. Maybe it'll be easier to function to compel Jonathan's body to stop rejecting him.
The Keystone, bro.
You found the mausoleum's control center? But how? By interfacing directly with the Keystone, the bearer of the reigning visage is able to harmonize even with distant successors.
The world will be joined as one.
That sounds kind of bad.
Are you the one called Alphen?
So what if I am?
Nazamiel has been expecting you. She waits further within this facility. You may proceed.
First, Kyle beat up his wife. Now he's gonna beat up his kid.
And if she's waiting for us, does that mean she knew we were coming?
At this point, it would be better to ask her directly.
caves and buildings. It's making me lose track of where we are.
But at least we get to do it without wearing.
Oh, Kyle, that reminds me. Are you planning to play the new Avatar game?
What?
Yeah, the blue one. You know, the blue avatars. James Cameron.
What about it? What about it?
You gonna play it? It's made by the creators of Far Cry.
No, I didn't like the movie. Why would I want to play the game?
Wow.
Maybe she was able to use that power to activate the masks.
It was fortunate the Snake Eyes couldn't use that.
Oh.
Was able to form Cal Vessel in such a short period of time.
For what? What is she trying to do? Talk about bringing peace.
Doing our version of Wonka Know How to Fight. We never did the first version. We only talked about Wonka's technology last time. Because
bullshit technology.
yeah, because Wonka has access to some of the craziest tech out there.
God, I should definitely go back and watch some of those movies. They're so silly.
It is so weird that Fortnite is getting both Peter Griffin and Solid Snake. He looks so stupid.
I haven't
with this.
seen his model yet.
Well, Kyle, now we know what Death Battle was waiting for. They were waiting to rip the fucking model from Fortnite for a Peter Griffin episode.
What, just the feet, Peter? What, just the feet, Peter?
Yeah.
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it. Who has better tech, Wonka or MCU Tony Stark?
I don't know if you can compare something like Wonka's tech to Stark's tech when they're in two completely different industries that have very different purposes.
Yeah, but if we're going to have a serious discussion about it, MCU Tony's most advanced piece of tech is nanomachines. Wonka can literally make digital things reality. I'm going to give the edge to Wonka on this one.
Which apparently was just going to be an advertisement. It wasn't even going to be a product he was going to be selling. He was going to use it to market other products.
Well, remember, it wasn't going... You weren't going to need a special TV for it. Any TV would have been able to accomplish this.
Yeah, and that means his technology had to be advanced enough to account for your TV probably not working or being updated.
Let's stop calling this technology. His fucking magical powers.
I want to call it that because he has a fucking laboratory, so I'm at least assuming somewhere along the line he just realized he was so fucking good at science he could just make whatever he wanted.
I forgot who it was. I think it was C.S. Eliot who said something to the effect of, the most advanced forms of technology will be indistinguishable from magic. And I think after he said that, a lot of sci-fi writers and people who want to dabble in some degree of sci-fi, because to be fair, I think Willy Wonka classifies as fantasy sci-fi. I don't think it classifies directly as just normal sci-fi, but it technically should.
It's fantasy, in some regard.
But like, yeah, basically once that information got told, every fucking writer of sci-fi or fantasy who used technology basically made it the same as magic.
Yeah, because ultimately, sufficiently advanced science can just change the way that reality works. So, what distinguishes it from magic when both of them provide an explanation and just do the same thing slightly differently? It's only semantics.
Hey, look, I found the Berserker. Armor.
How old is Wonka? I think in the remake he's like in his late 20s. I don't know if it ever states it though.
So what do you want to give this one, Zim?
Let me read it. A garment that said naturally repair no matter how many times it gets torn. The roar of the wearer who fears no injuries will never cease. It's just yelling. It's just super continuous yelling.
Dio did steal Jonathan's body using the rest of his head. I see. Couldn't get the rest of Jonathan's head though.
I think in terms of more modern day anime, the only one that's vaguely kept my interest going is Goblin Slayer. I don't watch it continuously.
I can see why.
Wow. Has actual good characters, Kyle. Wow.
That equipment should come in handy.
No, because I don't know if you guys ever seen the first episode of Goblin Slayer, but you watch this whole group of adventurers get killed by.
Oh yeah. It's your favorite scene.
What the fuck is wrong with you? But no, so you remember the wizard girl? You know, the one he just ends up killing? Her little brother appears in season 2, and he kind of like deals with the ramifications of killing off his sister, and he ends up breaking down crying because of it. Like he never tells the kid what happened to his sister, because the kid just thinks his sister died due to a poison knife. But like it's just kind of cool seeing that.
The heavens must be smiling.
Because Goblin Slayer is supposed to be I think a dark well, I guess it is a dark fantasy, but I'm curious how much of that is actually valid to the main characters. Gonna be like being the final book, all of them fucking die.
Fuck, man, this is a lot more interesting. So apparently, somehow, I don't know how the fuck Dio managed to get a hold of Lisa, but he tried to use her to basically force Irina Joestar, Jonathan's wife, to give him blood, or he was going to kill Lisa. So,
as he did.
So he made her drink. He drank from her forearm, and then overnight he was basically fighting Jonathan's body. And it just it was excruciatingly painful because apparently it's not even the same blood type. It's not a body like what he's used to, and it's actively, consistently rejecting him, and it's also attacking him. So every part of Jonathan's physiology is like, no, I do not consent to this.
doesn't contain anything beyond the basic necessities. It's just a place to sleep.
Apparently, Dio can catch fish when he's just ahead. That's impressive.
That's kind of funny, actually. Ah, she drew her family. What do you mean are these us? Why are you questioning that? Who else looks like... Oh, wait, yeah, Kasara has too many clothes. Okay, Alfin, I need you to not break down in anger for like the 15th time, please. I like you better than Clive, but let's tone it back a little bit.
And my father who sent me there. All they cared about was my power. I thought that if I did what they wanted, they would accept me.
Wonka could create a sword, gun, and armor with candy, yeah.
Because I have Danon blood. Because I possess all 6 elements. Because I was sent back from the Forbidden Zone. Because I'm different. I'm not Renan. I'm not Danon either. And it was all my fault. It was my fault. I was different. I always believed...
I can't tell if Dio has so much respect for Jonathan or if he's just gay for him, because he's getting really fucking pissed off at Irini for trying to scheme her way out of, like, trying to escape this hostage situation.
That has been one of the greater mysteries of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Well, actually, it's not, because if you read the Over Heaven novel, he has massive admiration for the fact that, like, Jonathan had the guts to not only survive his first attack, but he stood up to him, like, 3 times.
I know he has
well done.
consistent respect for Jonathan. Well, it's like, so listen to the stuff he says. He basically says, let me remind you, I can kill you at any moment. I can tear that baby to pieces. I can reach into your belly and tear out that embryo and eat it while you watch. Remember that. Remember it well. The only reason I don't do so is out of respect. Like I said, each tiresome scheme you attempt lowers my respect for you. If I cease to respect you, I will inflict the greatest indignity upon you. You wanted me in the lower compartment. It was so obvious. Are you really that stupid? No one that's simple-minded has a right to Jonathan's hand.
He's basically saying, I don't understand how a woman is stupid as you got Jonathan to marry you.
I mean, I don't know how to tell Dio this, but Jonathan wasn't exactly the brightest tool in the shed either.
Big Jonathan wasn't thinking.
Well,
To be fair, I don't think she knew she was pregnant until Dio told her.
Well, I think there was also something worth mentioning that I'm pretty sure that Dio doesn't really understand attraction or love for another person. So I don't think he could comprehend that. I mean, he has attraction. Well, actually, does he even have attraction? I guess he would have some degree of attraction.
He can experience admiration, loyalty, and trust. I guess he just assumes it's kind of like that.
To tell you fair, if we're really gonna be honest, he just looks for people who have the same qualities Jonathan had, who just wouldn't betray him. What the fuck is that?
One might say there's a hole in his heart.
Well, no, like, if you play the games, Dio talks to Jonathan with a fondness that he really shouldn't be doing, considering everything he did to him. Dio over Heaven versus Dante?
Yes.
Dante. Dante has, like, better speed feats, and Dio over Heaven can only rewrite reality if he punches you. Oh yes, my digital card game thing is ready, so now I can make you boys test it at one point. Huzzah.
Bro, this has turned from a JoJo story into a fucking horror novel.
Sounds about
Or
right.
like a thriller.
Wait, did Wolverine lose to the... Is Dante very cocky in character?
He does that to trick his opponents into making them, like, he tries to taunt his opponents into making the mistake. This is where a lot of people seem to misunderstand this. Bayonetta acts exactly what people think Dante acts like. He is what people think Dante is.
Yeah, he has statements in one's novel and a bunch of other novels where he'll state that he taunts people intentionally, get them off guard because of his. He uses his silver hair and his red coat to provoke people. It's not just like his taunts. It's his appearance is also presented for that purpose, just to piss people off. And he's fully aware that it works that way, so it's a psychological tactic.
We should hurry. We have to stop Nazamil.
Stay calm, Alphen.
We found her.
Alright, don't beat her too hard. I know you're used to beating your female family members.
Nazamil. Is it true you're trying to forcibly alter the wills of...
You know, I can't wait until Kar shows up and beats Dio's ass like a fucking drum. Ugh.
Why is this? She's a child. She's gonna be influenced by everybody.
Wank to Hell Bayonetta versus Wank to Hell Kratos. Probably Bayonetta.
I don't know. Kratos is universal.
Well, like, you know.
I know there was above String Fury.
Well, so, like, I'm thinking of Wank in the sense that, like, I'm taking all possible arguments at the moment that can be quantified and just arguing the highest possible interpretation. Rather than, like, philosophical theories.
This child is too subservient.
What's happening?
This child's trying too hard for her parents' approval. Oh no.
Yes. You know, I would have loved to play Eyes of Heaven if it wasn't a PlayStation exclusive.
Oh no. I feel so guilty, but this ain't my fault. We have to stop.
You know what hurts the most is that she's so excited like a puppy. She thinks that that she's doing good.
Yeah. Well, because she's not doing it for herself, she's doing it for her friends. What does tyranny mean? I'm a child. Remember that. No, she's gonna lose control.
Bro. Irina fucking just stepped on Dio's ball.
Kid. Whoa. Yeah.
Verbally, I mean.
No.
She told him he had an inferiority complex.
Do not make me bust out my fucking back tattoo, lady. Young lady, do not make me bust out my back tattoo. Kyle, why do you beat up all of the women in your family?
I'm only beating up one in this game.
You're literally all jumping her. This is a 6v1. This is not okay. That is a child.
Okay, to be fair, she's able to fight all of us.
That doesn't make it better.
Oh.
This is just an example of Kyle's parenting. If his kids don't do what they say, what he tells them to.
As long as you do as I say, you won't get the hands.
And the blazing sword. And the sniper rifle that can bisect the universe. The sword that can bisect the universe. The staff that can destroy the... Yeah. You won't get the hands. I called the police and reported Kyle for child abuse. They can't stop him, DDFF. No one can now.
What will get here faster, child? The police or my hands?
Guys, she's never had social interactions. I love how hardcore you guys are going for a little kid. Fucking summoning giant lightning. No, don't use the team attack, Kyle. It's like a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid going on WWE for the first time. Don't use the closed fucking hanger.
The closed line.
Sorry, Kyle. I don't watch wrestling. This is the most realistic conversation between a parent and their child I think I've ever seen in my life.
Do you guys know officially when Dio confirmed that he came up with the... Do you know officially when Dio confirms the first time he came up with the plan for the Heaven plan?
Yes. This is talked about in Over Heaven, the novel. So the rhyme that he tells Bucci is actually like a nursery rhyme that his mother used to recite to him. And so he figured.
Yeah, because he mentions the ascension to heaven when he's in the water and Arena overhears him and he's like, "Damn it, you heard that?" It's like, does this have
Yeah, because his entire thing was like, I hate religion because my mother is super religious and she like kept on like giving people the clothes on her back even though they would like give her shit for it. And so we figured, if heaven is real, what could I attain if I got there?
What if I could have had it if my dad wasn't an alcoholic drunk and my mother wasn't an idiot?
Well, this is the funny thing about his relationship with his father is he didn't like him, but at the same time... Oh, shit.
Aww, she has your sword. Kyle, I think hers is bigger than yours. Kyle, you literally dashed into the beam. Alright, she's down. Quick, kick her ass.
How do you feel that this small child scales to the entire team that basically bullied the Great Spirit that was going to destroy the universe?
Well, to be fair, they don't want to hurt
Are you telling me if she was slightly motivated, we could have just sent her to Rena and she could have destroyed the Great Spirit?
Probably.
So I think it's confirmed officially that the power that Dio gets, at least in the alt timeline, the Hermit Purple that he gets manifests once he steals Jonathan's body.
Yeah, because it's Jonathan's
like immediately.
Yeah, because you find out that anyone who has Harmon can use Hermit Purple.
Well, they refer to Stans as Spirit Hamon, so.
Yes, but it's kind of weird because they're not all Hermit Purple. Because Jonathan's is the Passion. What's she doing?
Why do you say the Passion?
Because that's what the standard.
Because it's called the Passion.
So Jonathan's version of Hermit Purple is called the Passion. He can actually do something, unlike Hermit Purple.
What does it actually do?
Yes. Wait, Kyle, get your
You
fucking
can't even tell me what it does.
Kyle, get your fucking daughter. Don't have her put the mask on. Say something. Shion, you wanna shoot her head or something? I don't know. Worthless ass protagonist.
Turns around like Jim Carrey's The Mask.
I love the clipping of the mask.
You know what? I'm gonna laugh if that's intentional because it's supposed to look like little horns.
George Joestar being fully conscientious of the JoJo memes. Perhaps we really don't know what this thing is. Perhaps the Stand Masters knew a little less than their power than they believed. Perhaps everyone is too ready to assume that everything is a stand.
Everything is a fucking stand in JoJo's.
No, but like Joseph Joestar is becoming the meme.
It's no good. It won't activate. It must be locked from the other side.
I guess it should be George Joestar. There's so many J names. Eventually, Araki's gonna run out of J's.
No, it's not, because Part 9's protagonist is called Joe Dio.
Yeah, what's the next one gonna be? Joseph Skay?
You said Jodio? That's his name?
Joe Dio Joestar.
Are you telling me that this is the final protagonist because it's going back to Dio?
Are we just gonna get like?
Are you telling me that you're not gonna like his Stand November Rain?
Are we just gonna get combinations of the main characters like names? Are we gonna get like Josuke Jotaro or whatever, like Joseph Torosuke?
What's wrong? You don't like a stand being called November Rain?
No, let's go Let's go with the real name combination. Let's go with Joe Hole.
Jeho.
Regardless, I think we should go back to Niez first. What Nazamiel said before has me worried.
She said she'd send our orders. You're right. Should check it out.
So far, in part 9 we have November Rain, Smooth Operators, The Hustle, An Unnamed String Stand, and Heaven's Door.
I like that one. Smooth Operators. That's a nice name for a statement.
Bruh.
All right. What we got here?
Ouch, that's smarts.
Are you okay, Rinwell? Nazamiel has some crazy tricks up her sleeve.
Jodio Joestar, the pro tag of Jojo Land? Yep.
It takes place in Hawaii.
Oh, wonderful.
Done. Let's head back to Nies.
Oh yeah, Fortnite had
Oh
their
no,
newest-
never mind. Never mind. They do mention Yoshikage Kira. What the fuck? There are 2 Rohans. Yoshikage Kira has canceled Killer Queen's Bites the Dust effect. God, that is a mouthful.
You wanna know what's crazy? Fortnite just got Eminem concerted.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Eminem showed up for a concert in Fortnite for the finale of the island.
In game?
Yeah, he did a I believe a fucking a concert. He's like the 3rd or 4th musician to do a concert in Fortnite. You know what? At this point, honestly, Fortnite's gone pretty fucking crazy with their fucking premies. It's gotten really silly at this point. Wait, they added Legos to Fortnite? Fortnite's now getting Legos? That's probably their smartest cross.
So at what point is Fortnite just gonna like stop being a game and start being a franchise of some sort?
They tried franchising out, but I think they're just gonna try and make it like a hub world situation where you can just play any like IP in the game they can get a hold of. They brought Rocket League in. That's pretty cool. Did we ever play Rocket League with you guys? I know I played with Mangler. I don't know if I played it with you, Kyle.
No, I played Rocket League for like a couple of years and then I got like bored of it.
You played Rocket League for years?
Yeah, I used to play it with my friends after school. We used to do competitive. I think we were gold, almost platinum.
Oh, that's funny. During the Eminem like concert event, you have to play Guitar Hero to his song. That's silly.
Oh, never mind. They do reference Part 7.
Oh.
This is the former president of the United States, Funny Valentine.
So then So people just, what is the main reason they argue this novel's not canon then? Is it because they don't want to admit that GR stomps Made in Heaven?
Probably more than just that.
Nah.
Apparently, he looks like a very young person, based on how many people have been president since Valentine. He claims he had to be more than 80 years old.
It's just funny watching Eminem rapping while Goku Black's there in the corner.
What?
Oh, well, Dragon Ball Z skins are on Fortnite, including Goku Black. So never forget, all this could have been avoided if Kyle just knew how to talk to his family correctly. Instead, he only believes in violence.
Violence? I have told you this.
Violence is not the answer. It's a question, and the answer is yes. Completely different situation.
Oh. Wow. Fortnite showed off the multiverse. Huh. I wonder what they're going to do for the next map. Because make no mistake, it is incredible what Fortnite has accomplished as a game. God, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to find a way. My inventory's too full to get the items.
Alright. Hey, is there a stand that forces people to say the word scared?
Not that I remember. I mean, I'm sure there is, but not that I remember.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
I was gonna say either this or everyone else. There's a bunch of people in like this. I guess there's like this major event that's happening with like a blimp having some. It's basically like some crisis, and Rohan tries to evacuate some of these people out of this area by using Heaven's Door to get them the fuck out of there. And he's like, "Damn it! All of their heads are filled with the word scared. There's no white space left for me to write any orders."
What an amateur. He can't write in microscopic. What an amateur. Yeah, fuck, I'm getting sick. Oh, this sucks. I was hoping maybe I was wrong.
Getting sick.
Getting sick of your bullshit. No, but all joking aside, I think I'm getting sick. No, it's not. Fuck you.
Maybe if you had some actual white blood cells, maybe you might actually be able to fend it off.
I have white blood cells. They run on chocolate and nicotine.
You have no white blood cells because you don't give your body any kind of nutrients.
My body gets consistent amount of nutrients every day. Could probably use a few more though, to be fair.
You don't eat fruit, you don't eat vegetables, you don't take any kind of vitamin. You are the word efficiency reincarnated.
Efficiency or efficiency?
Efficiency.
Oh,
Is there anyone with a stand named the Cube House?
not to my knowledge.
No.
Okay, I think I might have just discovered a stand that is able to travel across time and space, or do some dimensional travel or something. Because this guy keeps ending up in this room with a bunch of doors, and then he shows up in a location where he starts seeing islands that have like cities on them, but they're actually featuring locations of characters from different parts of JoJo's. And he just walked out of Morio into Sardini, and he's just located the headquarters of a mafia group called Passion.
Passione.
Passione. So it's time to go fight Giorno. Giorno Giovanni. Oh.
So, after my one conversation with Cyber where he sent me more fanfight animations than I expected a man to watch in his spare time, I keep getting recommended fan animators now. Oh, to be fair, they're not bad, it's just weird. Like, how does he find these people? I'm currently watching a Madara vs. Sukuna animation, which I think is some tracing, or it could just be all original paneling. It's just inspired. But I'm pretty sure some of this is at least tracing. What the fuck is that? These armor statements are stupid. You're stupid.
Why? What's wrong with this armor?
Because you'd have to scale it in reference to the other armors.
Hey, are you telling me you don't like that?
No.
Why?
Because that's silly.
You know, I very much want to like re-download Vesperia and see if that has some shit like this. And we just didn't notice.
It might.
What the hell? Okay, so apparently Joestar found Sukumu Joku. I'm probably butchering his name. He's the I think Asian. He's just an Asian kid that was in his class that grew up with him that also wanted to be a detective, and he was supposed to be murdered by Kira, and he claims now that he's shown up on this island in a separate universe, that he exists now in eternity in the final frontier, but I won't be here forever. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? If you were killed by Kira, there shouldn't be anything left of you. That was in a different location. He claims he's in Japan in the year 2012 with a different you that's also named George Joestar. I've been transported to a place called the Arrow Cross House. I've been caught up in another case.
What is going on?
Hey, there's beef on.
Whack.
Are they all
What in the hell?
If Bayfon is like this, then do you think the inn is okay?
Probably not. So I can already kind of guess how this DLC is probably going to end. Where you're going to save the little girl, and then the entire world's gonna come try and kill her, and you're gonna have to try and fucking talk no jutsu the entire population to chill the fuck out, or to meet the business end of your sword.
From what I'm gathering, I don't understand why people have such a bug up their ass about this novel being canon.
Nah, it's been pretty fucking entertaining thus far. Sounds like a regular JoJo event. Honestly.
Is it literally just because it upgrades the verse?
There's nothing in here that is particularly upgraded to anyone, just providing like clarity and nice continuity and references. Like the only one that it really upgrades is probably just one version of Cars from another universe that wouldn't even affect the main Cars. So I don't even know why people have a problem with it.
Probably because if you accept its full event, I think it like retcons things they don't like.
They've clearly never heard of a multiverse.
Bruh.
Well, these are the same people that I hear won't accept like Purple Lace feedback being canon or the Over Heaven novel being canon.
There's an Over Heaven novel?
Yes, I told you about it. It's literally the novel where like Dio's writing in the journal.
Does it just cover his plans to do heaven, or is it in a scenario where he actually achieves heaven?
It's before the Stardust Crusaders like burst into his bedroom. He's basically writing down his thoughts about like childhood, what he thought of his parents, what he thought of Jonathan, what he thinks of the stand users he sends to stop Jotaro and Joseph, and just like life and philosophy, and trying to philosophize himself.
What is it called?
To be Over Heaven.
Oh, you mean the Dio journal?
Yeah.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Over Heaven.
Yeah, it's basically just Dio's journey throughout the events between part 1 and 3. And it literally ends when the Stardust Crusaders
When they
enter,
burst into the
the room.
All of
those masked people we saw kept apologizing to us. Those were actually not.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, Mangler.
No, I got it right here. I found it.
There's a teleporter there. We have the coordinates we need. Let's go before...
Wait. If we're right about what's going on, then it may mean that we'll have to face Nazamiel. Before we finally head out, we'll need to make sure we're all prepared for that possibility.
Alright, Kyle, let's beat the DLC. Let's go.
We can't afford to fail.
Alright, so we're gonna go
That's
beat the
another
shit.
novel I have to
We're
read.
gonna go beat the shit out
Fuck
of this
me.
girl.
We should rest up and tend to our gear.
Right. Let's call it a day.
Those people outside will just have to hold on for a little longer.
There's something I can't figure out. Assuming that the keystone is putting the people in those masks in the same state of mind as Nazamiel right now, how did Nazamiel become like that?
It was because she put on the mask, right?
Yes. However, when Cal Basel first showed up in the Ez, Nazamiel was wearing the mask.
But then when we saw her after that, she wasn't wearing it anymore. Could that mean she wasn't being controlled by it at first?
Perhaps the mind control function is something that can be shut off. At least with Nazamil's mask. Raining visage.
That would mean Nazamil went to the trouble of turning that function on before putting on the mask again.
I don't get it. If we were
Wait.
away, there was no need for her to do that after.
They're in Rome in 1900.
She said she's doing all of this for us, didn't she?
Oh, is that the Redstone?
The Redstone
no.
of Anya. Let's go.
They should get the fuck away from that.
Whatever it was that drove Nazamil to the point of fighting us, even before she gave up and erased herself. If we want to help her, we need to find out what that is before we see her again.
By any chance, have you guys seen the YouTube video of JoJo dubbed properly?
I'm not.
It has Jotaro talking in Japanese and Dio talking in English.
Let's all rest up today. Then tomorrow, we'll head out to confront Nazamil.
And honestly,
Are you telling me that? Are you telling me they just Tekkened it?
Well, because realistically speaking, that would be how it works.
Yeah. I mean,
So what you telling me is you want to watch a version where Polnareff is speaking actual French, and Avdol is speaking Arabic?
I would love to see a version of JoJo's where everyone's speaking their native language and somehow understands each other perfectly.
So like Tekken.
that's why I never really understood the premise of people
The
going
bonds
for
of
the
friendship.
Raws for JoJo, when like the entire series is mostly English.
The bonds of friendship, Mangler. Kyle, you don't understand.
Yeah, it transcends language barriers.
Imagine just going up to someone and being like, yeah, you know the Japanese voice actor for Part 5? Yeah, they're all wrong. You're supposed to be watching it in the Italiano dub.
Oh, you mean that fictional language? Yeah. Actually, the Italian dub's probably pretty solid.
So when she joined us,
Probably pretty funny too. No, Italian dub for Part 5.
When we rejected her too, it meant Nazamil lost her whole world.
Hmm.
That's why she was so devastated that she tried to erase her own mind.
I'll never forget that people thought Alucard was gonna beat Dio in a versus matchup.
That was stupid back then, and it's even more stupid now.
Let's show her we're sorry. Then we can hold hands with her, like we did before.
These names are so long.
The charm will help us reconnect.
shouldn't you get some sleep?
In theory, yes. I knew you were off by yourself somewhere, lost in thought.
Can't hide anything from you, can I? I'm sorry. No, I guess I should say thank you.
Thanks for what exactly?
For letting me drag you into this life of non-stop travel.
This is such a crazy fucking novel. Pashoni showed up and started shooting a bunch of fucking people in like this one area right after Kira just got murdered. And Funny Valentine is like, listen, if the mafia continues to act this way, the American army is just gonna flip the island.
Like, this is wacky.
Funny Valentine, you're supposed to be a Democrat. This is very undemocratical of you.
The only democracy I believe in is my own. I am the democracy. Never forget the funny Valentine trying to sexually assault a girl, but no one ever talks about that. An underage girl at that.
Wait, is it a thing that Funny Valentine's family is just supposed to be named slightly different versions of the same name?
I'm sure they are, but Funny Valentine was never able to find his dad. I don't even know if he remembers his dad's name.
So the reason why I asked is because George Dostar points out that either his Funny Valentine's son and I think his father was like the funniest Valentine or funnier Valentine.
Yes, I remember that.
Like everyone in his family name is supposed to have like different versions of the same name.
Does he have a boss that goes hilarious Valentine?
No, they're all just different versions of funny or Valentine. Like funny, funnier Valentine, the funniest Valentine, and funny Valentine.
They must have had a real bad contention for the funniest part.
When are we gonna get the evil twin that's like the unfunny Valentine?
Hang on, Mangler. Hang on, something's happening. Oh.
Now's not the time.
Damn!
Not while we still have more important things to do.
Just fucking rip his heart out.
Try not to look so worried. I'm not going anywhere, okay? Is that all right?
Meow. Yes, Demon. Meow. Damn, Shia needs to chill the man. She couldn't even give him the satisfaction. That's cold-blooded.
Yeah, so Cube House is confirmed to pull people into different universes. So it is a stand that literally takes you to a different universe.
Hey, they pull a city call and it wants the ability back.
Yeah, but this one can actually find Funny Valentine's dad.
Oh. Okay, so the reason they've been showing up in different locations and different islands with like different part protagonists is because they are going back and forth between the Cube House, and they keep ending up in like the wrong doors.
Don't get jealous, Alfin. Don't get jealous.
How unusual of you to eschew proper etiquette, Dohalim.
Having been temporarily relieved of my duties in Pelegion, I want to enjoy some respite from the chaos.
Your work there isn't all that bad, is it?
Well, while drowning in a sea of paperwork, I find that memories of our travels together constantly tempt my scattered mind, even though I'm well aware that it wasn't all gaiety and glee.
It's natural for the mind to wander when it's been occupied with work for too long. Besides, our travels weren't all hardships either.
What about you? By all appearances, you seem to feel...
I suppose I like it there for the same reasons you do. I think I know what you're trying to coax out of me, but no, not now.
Not while duty calls, I suppose. Oh, how I look forward to retiring and leading a quiet life.
Don't expect to be able to retire that easily. You still have a lot left to do before then. But you can do it, Dohalim. You aren't alone, after all.
Nothing could be more invigorating to hear. To a bright future.
To a bright future.
Poor boy can't even settle down and smash.
Do you think you'll ever call me Doe again?
Oh, you're hopeless. Of course I will.
So, Alphen, how many of these mausoleums do you think we've sealed up so far?
Lost track. We've been all over the world by now.
This journey's grown longer than I expected.
Shia, are you getting tired?
No, I'm fine. Why? Do I look tired? Have my clothes gotten a bit messy? Oh, or my hair. Or maybe I have bags under my eyes.
So I guess in this world, Giorno is working with fucking Bucciarati to bring down Diavolo, just like in OG Part 5, and he's trying to get a detective to figure out Diavolo's identity.
Hey, do us a favor, let us know if it's still a racist time, not consciousnesses.
Or if it's just a racist perception of time.
Oh, that's so fucking silly. He made a 3-hour video going over debunks.
Man, he must really hate JoJo's.
No, he's had fucking Kratos and Kozu fucking in his ear. And both of them hate, like, Gold Experience.
Why?
Because Kratos got sick of people. Because Kratos probably got sick of people telling him that, like, Gold Experience Requiem, like, stomps out Kratos.
Well, it's not
And then he probably just lied to him.
Kisara, I have been meaning to ask you. Do you find your duties leaving you overworked as of late?
How abrupt. What brought this question on?
Well, it's only that I worry you haven't been able to find the time to go fishing.
Oh, is that all? There's no need to worry. I do have other ways to relax outside of fishing. I used to fish to secure food for the day, but now that the food distribution network has stabilized, that's no longer an issue. That said, if you're ever feeling a craving for fish, don't hesitate to let me know.
That's a lovely suggestion. But it's the sight of you by the water, rod in hand.
Whoa there, Dohalim!
To my mind. I find it unfortunate that, within the past year, I no longer have as many opportunities to see you enjoying yourself in the great outdoors.
Why don't you try fishing yourself then?
Okay, it's gonna be a little bit of time before we run into it, but coming up on the cars part, finally.
You on one side of the rod, a fish on the other. It's like a negotiation, but also the perfect time for self-reflection. Though, of course, what really keeps you coming back is the excitement of landing a big one.
I'm afraid I'll have to decline.
I'm sorry. I guess I let myself get a bit carried away.
Oh, no. I can tell that fishing truly is special to you. What I mean to say is, I'd prefer to be an onlooker, relaxing at your side, and perhaps engaging in conversation sometimes.
Let's get a real versus matchup in here. Noctis versus Kisara. Fishing matchup, let's go. Get me the biggest fish she's fucking fished, Kyle. I want to see it.
Think I'll turn in too. Wake me if you need anything.
Feeling better after last night?
So what do you all think of Peter Griffin and Solid Snake joining Fortnite? I don't know. I don't really play Fortnite. I only liked one character from Fortnite, but that's because I've always had a soft spot for characters who can turn things to gold.
What's wrong?
This is where we found that good luck charm.
Who would have thought we'd end up coming back in a situation like this?
Stay on there, King Midas. Stay on there, King Midas.
Well, no, actually, so in Fortnite they have a character named Midas whose power is just to turn anything he touches to gold. Like, it's literally just fair game.
Wow, that's
Yeah, it's very, very, very creative.
I mean, it was creative enough to kill Kratos, so
Shut,
can't be too
Mangler,
bad.
no! Mangler, you didn't have to introduce Kratos. There was nothing about Kratos in our discussion.
I know, and I never really shit on him at all. I just constantly have to hear it from everybody else around me, but I decided, you know what? I have one opportunity. Why don't I just let one little slip up?
You're right. I've never seen you talk shit about Kratos in my life.
Don't you lie to me.
I would never lie to you, Mangler.
Is it really talking shit if it's just the truth?
Well, so
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever talked about Kratos with spite. That's the thing. I've never had any spite towards Kratos as a character, so it's more so just me repeating something that has a negative connotation.
Actually, Kyle, so do you like Fairy Tail or not?
I do.
I was gonna say yes, because I remember you. No, just in general, because I was watching some guy review Fist of the Blue Sky today, and he fucking hated it. But he was like, it's a shittier version of Fairy Tail, and I'm like, huh? Did Kyle like Fairy Tail?
What in the fuck is going on here?
What happened, Mangler? What happened, Mangler? It's
Pashone is working with the main character on board, I guess, a ship that Funnier Valentine is piloting, and I guess they were just in the midst of discovering the moon, and they ran into Poochie.
Yes.
What?
No, not Sea Moon, the stand, the literal moon. And there's just one man that comes out of nowhere and starts questioning him. It's like, my name is Enrico Pucci.
This sounds incredible. I'm not seeing the issue here, Mangler. This sounds like a bang up JoJo's part. This sounds like a great JoJo's part.
Oh yeah, they do point out that like all the characters speak different languages. So when Giorno comes up, he just starts speaking Italian.
Yeah.
Or when Bucciarati shows up, he just starts speaking Italian, and the character's like, "Oh, thank God I speak Italian." Oh. Let's see.
Isn't it amazing how a DLC story has gives one character like way more like likability and personality and character than like a 50-hour campaign about nothing.
Pucci tried to pull his soul out with the stand. He's just like, I don't have a stand. Stop doing it. He's like, what? Fucking liar. Wait, never mind.
He's just like, liar. Why White Snake, keep violating.
So he was using what is his stand called? His first
White
one?
Snake?
Yeah, White Snake. So
Wait,
he
wait,
using his stand on
does
me.
this...
Stop it! I don't have a stand. It's like, what fucking liar? He glared at me a second longer, then broke his gaze. Whatever. If you don't want to die, don't move your head to the left. Got it? Bro.
So wait, can Poochie switch in between White Snake, Sea Moon, and Maidenhead?
No. He doesn't have Sea Moon yet. He just has White Snake.
Hang on.
Hang
on. So he doesn't have Sea Moon, but he's on the moon with White Snake.
He's on his way to the moon in a ship on the way to the moon with White Snake. I swear, like some of these chapters are completely dull, and then the next one is just batshit insane.
He's gotta make up for the dull last chapter.
It definitely makes up for the dull last chapter.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, Naranja's trying to fight Poochie.
Good for Naranja.
That's gonna end well. And they're fighting inside of a aircraft on its way to the moon. That totally is. That's gonna go swimmingly for everyone involved. Like it's.
Well, no, Jordan's not back, no.
Why is Poochie asking him how to get to heaven?
Well, because he should have already transformed by now. He got right next to the moon.
Well, he says, "Do you know how to get to heaven?" It's like, isn't that what you're supposed to tell me, Father? It's like, it is. You're a good detective.
Ah, yes. Very perceptive of you.
You're right. I forgot my job description because I went to the fucking moon! Alright, Kyle. End this DLC.
I guarantee that they're going up there. And today.
Oh, they call the ship the
They
H.G.
put
Wells.
a puzzle in front of Kyle. Yeah, it's gonna be at least another stream.
What the hell? Someone is fishing from the surface of the moon.
Looking at this game reminds me of last week, lol. Well, it should, because you played this last week. I love how they have these sections that's not voiced, but there doesn't seem to be a good reason for why it's not voiced.
Have to save budget when possible. Can you move?
Sorry, Kyle, that's his doorway, not yours.
There's a great quantity of tentacles reaching up from the surface of the moon. Oh boy. Wait, I think I know what it is.
Barely a blip on our radar. Something about this place reminds me of the Forbidden Zone, or those tunnels inside Rena.
Well, technically, all this was inside Rena, wasn't it?
Right. Now that you mention it,
To all aboard the H.G. Wells, I am the President of the United States, the funniest Valentine.
As stupid as that sounds, that's amazing.
Dude, I read that and I was like, wait a minute. Did I read that correctly?
You've heard of funny Valentine, funnier Valentine, but I'm the funniest Valentine. Kyle, do you see the part where it said the crest has no function of its own? You see that loading screen bullshit, Kyle? Motherfuckers really popping out of cosmetic in the middle of a fucking fight!
Oh. There's an experimental proto on the moon that were apparently consumed by these tentacles. And they're being produced by cars. Of fucking course. So Cars is on the moon.
Hang on. Have we gotten to the clowns yet?
The what?
Carry on. Carry on. Just keep reading.
Much about him remains a mystery, but we are 5 things that we know for sure. He was one of the pillar men discovered by the Nazis underground in Mexico and Italy. Of the 4 pillar men they collected, only Cars survived. It seems Cars was somehow caught up in the volcanic eruption, the Italy's Isolo volcano, and was flung out of the atmosphere. Shortly before that, Cars, how exactly unknown, but he donned a stone mask filled with the Aja redstone, bathed in ultraviolet light, and became the ultimate thing. The last thing we know is that he is the man who beat the other 3 pillar men and sent ultimate Cars into space was an Englishman residing in America named Joseph Joestar.
Oh, that's very pretty.
It is. Almost as pretty as Final Fantasy 16 story.
And of course, Poochie is freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, as you
Like,
would.
I understand you have a George Joestar on board. That is correct.
Can there not be a George Star? I don't feel comfortable being around the Joe Stars.
I just love the idea that the funniest Valentine is orchestrating a space mission to deal with Cars on the moon.
That's what makes him the funniest Valentine. Kyle, you're gonna have to fight them.
Whoa, hold up a minute.
What?
Spiral staircase. Rhinoceros beat. Is that the fucking heaven activation conditions?
Yeah.
Why are they written in on the NASA probes? So, the NASA probes that were sent to space, they have letters inscribed on them, and then when they went up there, they started reading them out, and they're like, spiral staircase, rhinoceros beetle, desolation row, and I'm like, those are the numbers for heaven.
Actually, Mangler, when you read the Dio journal, I want you to tell me how Dio figured out how to make heaven even happen.
Dude, I don't really understand how he came to that conclusion in part 6. He's just like, I need like what is it, like 20 something sinners, 60 sinners, 4 key phrases, a pinpoint latitude and longitude coordinates, and like a fuck ton of gravity. Yeah, okay, have the courage to cast aside your stand, and as your new stand withers, it will gather 36 souls and give birth to something new. It will befriend he who says the 14 words. The place is 28.24 degrees north, 80.36 degrees west. And they're going to do it on Mars. Oh, I mean, to be fair, they never said it had to be on Earth. To be fair.
To be fair, you could probably find those latitude and longitude on Mars.
It's just like, it's just so funny that they're on their way to another planet. They're like, well, it can still work. We just have to find out where that is on Mars. Uchi says he's going to Taya. Sure that he alone will find. Are we sure that he alone will find the way to heaven? Rather selfish for a servant of God, wouldn't you say? Uchi's like, oh, trust me, it has a very different meaning. Oh, Narancia died. Again. Wait. Funny Valentine only has one stand, right?
Go on.
Yes.
No, hang on. Go on. Yes. Go on.
What is the name of his stand?
Mangler, just keep going.
What?
Just keep, Kyle, shush. Just keep
Why?
going, Mangler. Just keep going.
No, say the name of his stand so I know that I'm looking at the correct one here.
Dirty deeds done dirt cheap.
Yeah, that. Then I guess they made new stands for the different versions of Funny Valentine.
What's the stand called?
So for Funnier Valentine's stand, it's called a Rear Window, a stand that can make a window in any frame and move to it. And then I think the Funniest Valentine also has a different stand as well.
Hang on. You said rear window? Any frame?
Rear window.
And you can move to it? Like
You can make a window in any frame and move to it.
What the fuck does that mean?
Just any window in any frame. So like you can anything that can be a frame.
So wait. I was telling me that like if I went up to my windowsill right now and I could just pop into your room right now.
Yeah.
Wait, so if I had a photo album with a bunch of pictures from windows in real life, I could just appear at that window?
Yep.
That's not bad, actually.
It sounds like an inconvenient jumper.
Well, so he literally says, he's just like, this way to heaven you speak of, you know nothing. This is why you cannot talk to cars. I've been negotiating with cars for the last 11 years, ever since I read the message on the plate that fell on your house. And he's like, rear window? It was peeping? He's like, peeping, how rude. I was simply checking on a suspiciously unidentified falling object. So I think he was using some window viewage to see cars from the moon while he was on Earth. Yeah, so he said, I was already training as an astronaut at Cape Canaveral the day it fell. Honestly, I was out of town and sneaking back into the base, but after catching a glimpse of that plate, I never snuck out again. It was clear evidence there was intelligent life form outside of this planet. If a square plate fell, then that meant there was a square hole somewhere. It was comparatively easy to find. That's how I met all the cars.
That's how I met my boy Cars
It's
over
like, wait.
there. Hey, Cars, we're friends, right? Get the fuck out. Yeah, we're friends.
So he says, that's when I met all the cars. Huh? Plural?
No, I don't care, Kyle. I don't care. Just keep going. I don't care about your fucking silly ass fucking armor.
What?
Keep going. I don't want to hear it.
I'm pretty sure Poochie's about to die.
I don't want to hear it.
There's nothing wrong with these armors.
Kyle coughs and armor drops that lets him survive an attack that bisects all creation and consciousness. Oh, wow, where did that come from?
Now, to be fair, are you telling me that wouldn't be raw?
It would be silly.
Raw.
This is the end of the story? Probably not. They threw a puzzle at Kyle's way, and that's going to guarantee at least another stream to solve. These bastards knew what they were doing. So, that means that Kyle, assuming that the next part of the story is going to be like the next time the fight is the end of the story, Kyle will be done with this stream, with this story in about roughly 10 to 12 hours.
Alright. The time has come for Ultimate Cars.
Yes.
I think I'm getting stronger. There's so much astral energy. Some is flowing toward the outside, while the rest is...
We're only 10 chapters in, we finally found him. This is more than halfway through the novel.
Okay, so we're above the planet, and you know, confirmed. Unlike Goku, who would like not be able to breathe up here, we can.
Bruh.
What?
Oh yeah, so the One Piece anime caught up to the the bounty release.
It caught to the manga.
No, it's starting the new arc, but they're gonna take a break after this one. But yeah, no, it is now confirmed both in the anime and the manga. Nami does have Conqueror's Haki.
Really?
Yeah, because when she's beating the shit out of Luffy, Jinbei comes in and is like, "Hey Nami, I think that's enough." And she gets so mad, and aura comes around her. In the manga, there's black lightning, and Jinbei backs off like Color of the Supreme King. So yeah.
Well, I guess.
Okay, so what? Conqueror's Haki being rare. Is this like Devil Fruits are rare now?
Okay, so I've actually had a problem with the idea.
Do you remember that? Remember when Devil Fruits were rare?
So, I guess George finally sits down to have a conversation with Cars when he gets up there after their spaceship has kind of taken a nosedive and they have only 4 hours of fuel. And he's like, well, we have plenty from that balloon up there. It's like, what is that? It's like extra mass, extra. It's like, yes. The universe has looped 36 times, and as is intended, we will begin a new 36th additional mess arrived. And he says the ultimate life form could survive the end of the universe. If the universe looped, then that means history repeated itself. The same fate befell to Cars.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he became the ultimate life form
ultimate being
37 times and was flung into space 37 times, made his way to Mars 37 times, and all 37 cars had to team up.
No, go back. No, go back to the one where you said that.
Okay.
That he survived the end of the universe.
Yeah.
He survived the end of the universe. It repeated itself. And then the same thing happened over and over and over again. And he kept getting flung into space. And he kept surviving.
So that means that for every universe that happened, Cars always lost to fucking Joseph. And they just met up with each other and had a fucking plan. They're like, okay, guys, how do we prevent the next guy from going into space?
God,
hang on,
it
was saying.
It was just ripped off.
Imagine taking that out of context and being like Universal Cars.
Bruh.
Well, I think there is some stuff that technically gives him uni scaling.
Hang on. Not gonna lie, when Mangler was talking about cars on the moon, I thought he was talking about the literal vehicle cars being in the moon. No. Goku with God Ki, am I a joke to you? Celicross. Welcome, Celicross. Kyle. Devil fruits are rare. We haven't even seen 100 people with devil fruits. Okay, so this is where I have to explain something regarding rarity in fiction and like using fictional characters as a metric. We are dealing with the cream of the crop. We are dealing with the rarest, highest percentage of people. So even if they all had Conqueror's Haki, it would still be incredibly rare because there's like 150 characters in One Piece, and if they all had Conqueror's Haki, that would still make it, assuming the world of One Piece has 3 billion people, that's still less than 1% of people have Conqueror's Haki.
So, I got some silly statements here. So, they basically said that they were, when the eye balloon crumbled, the 36 pieces each turned into cars. They combined their flesh and it stretched their combined mass to get into a giant sphere. Now they and the 36 gelatos they had inside the sphere began falling towards us. We'll use a few of these to repair the machines, and the rest will become fossil fuels. And then we can shrink this down to the vehicle for the rest of you too. And then he says, if you build all this, why not hit to Earth on your own? At first, I didn't have enough materials or extra mess tortine to put into fuel. Carr said, my calculations showed that it would be 37 universes when I would finally have enough. Twice, I rode Gelato close to the Earth. The first, we passed too far from it. The second time, I altered Gelato and turned my part of myself into fuel in an attempt to enter the atmosphere, but I had no idea what the correct angle of entry was. If the angle was too shallow, I bounced off the atmospheric wall. Too steep, and my calculations suggested that at my bulk, the convection and radiation heat would be so great, it would vaporize faster than my cells would regenerate.
Oh!
Even if I survived long enough to land, I'd be critically injured.
That's a massive anti-feat. Also, That makes no sense. Cars is an IQ of 400. He should be able to do these calculations with the greatest of ease.
I would be captured by humans who detected my entry and sent even further away on a different rocket. I had to come up with a plan to protect myself while attempting to return to Earth. Let's see. The two occasions he mentioned. Once I reached Mars, I patiently waited for the right time. The universe looped 36 times, and I had enough fuel and materials. In this 37th universe, I met an astronaut named Funnier Valentine. Funnier helped me draw up a plan for re-entry and negotiate out a mutual profitable arrangement in exchange for his help, I agreed not to eat any Americans. I accepted his offer and waited for him to arrive.
Can I just say...
That's just a fucking great arrangement because it's completely believable. It's like, yeah, I literally waited 37 universes. I think I'm ready to go back now. It's like, can we make a deal? We can make a deal. Go ahead.
Can I just say, I love... The detail are spot on. No, I just love how every time it's the nudist who's talking about like being too cold or like clothes being too fucking thin. Oh, we did such a perfect characterization there. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that one.
I see, but why would Funny want me to help would want to help such a dangerous life form get back to Earth? What, you eat? You eat people? Why do you think I would let you live? Like I said, we only have 4 hours worth of oxygen. Fueled by the extra mass, this ship will take approximately 6 months to reach Earth. You would never survive it. Remain calm and allow me to eat you.
I'm not into vor, so that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
I love how Cars says that, just like a normal sentence. Remain calm and allow me to consume you.
Guys, you can turn into any plant you want to. You could literally make your own oxygen.
But this is more fun.
I think it's confirmed in the manga that he's still part vampire, so he does need some human material.
Technically, he was never a vampire to begin with.
Well, he's what the vampire
in the manga. He's actually stated in the manga he doesn't need to eat. He can if he wants to, he just doesn't need to.
I'm pretty sure it's stated directly on the panel for when he's the Cars evolution that vampire he's still it says it's like vampire 1 year of blood. They can go 1 year without blood because each of the body parts on the diagram has something to indicate what he does and does not need. And they specifically mentioned that he doesn't need things like oxygen.
There's a decent durability feat for the 8th Doctor where he takes the full force of a power supply on Amondas. Something not even a Cyberman commander could do. Damn!
Okay, never mind. So he says, wait, you survived all this time on Mars without eating anything, right? He's like, you can damn well last another 6 months, asshole. So what if we have another 4 hours worth of air? There's shit we can do in 4 hours. As the universe loops 36 times, I have done laps of Mars without eating until today. While it is not my usual custom, think of it as a celebratory feast. That might just be the longest amount of time anyone has gone without eating.
You clearly have not seen me on a work shift. It might only be a few hours, but it feels like several universes times have passed. Kyle, back me up here. You must share a similar time fucking dilation experience.
No, eat when you get back to Earth, someone other than me. You are very loud. Your life will only last another 4 hours either way, and if I stop releasing the air inside of my lungs, you will all suffocate. Your lives are already at their end. Give it up.
But Car's gonna be like, I'm not petty.
It's like, give up the goods. Was it just like
He also says he does not need to breathe. He's just releasing the air gradually. Also funny, your Valentine already died.
He died in the cars, or he got eaten by cars?
No, I think he died to the vacuum because something went wrong with the ship. Yeah, Kyle, this is the one that I'm referring to. Hang on. Yeah, it says favorite food. Human can turn into a vampire. Can stay active 1 year without drinking or eating. Well, obviously the novel is just like, fuck you. I can survive 36 universes worth of deaths, and I'm not hungry in the slightest. That's a little bit different from...
Listen, everyone, I haven't eaten in 36 years. I am understandably famished.
I mean, yeah, I could go another 36 universes, but whatever.
Listen, if it makes you feel any better, wait, why not just eat them when they're dead? If they're gonna die in 4 hours anyways.
This would be more fun.
Car's just being loosey-goosey, little silly-woolly.
Oh, apparently Poochie's alive. Somehow, even though his suit was breached.
Good for him.
Fucking contrived. And Bucciarati is trying to talk to them while they're on the moon. Or Mars, or...
Yeah, just stop thinking about it, because, You like ice cream, Pimp Demon? I like ice cream. Oh, don't tell me you can actually get lost in this portion of the story.
Yeah, I'm certain she's there. Let's go.
Why am I thinking about him of all people right now? About Volron.
You mean about not being able to save him? I doubt there was any way to help that man.
Alphen said he forgave him, but then he went and chose to blow himself.
Oh, no.
Circumstances. I could have wound up just like him. There would have been no end to us hating one another. So I realized I had to be the first to let my hatred go.
Wait, why are there three chapters that are detours? No. I wanted to continue the Cars story.
Mangler, it is 4:20 in the morning where you're at. Shouldn't you be getting some sleep? Also, nice.
I'm too busy reading. God, I feel like I've had to reread the story of part 1, 2, and 3 like 5 times over the course of this novel. Thank you for mentioning Dio's backstory for like the 50th time. I really wasn't aware who he was.
You gotta.
Up where you were where?
Alright, Kyle, finish the story. Go. I thought I told you to finish the story, Kyle. This isn't finishing the story.
Never promised it would be finished.
Go finish it, you whore. You hoe bag. You slut. Oh yeah, Mangler, I'm gonna send you the rules for my card game so I can get an opinion on if they're clear or not. Oh, I forgot he could break
Yes.
shields.
Nice job, Law. Next time. Could you do it without all the yelling, though?
What's your opinion on Halo Season 2 coming? The only Halo I want is Halo Wars 3, where Cutter shows up and beats the shit out of the Banished for a second time.
There's no Halo 2 Season 2. Oh, wait, you mean the TV show?
Oh,
I never
no.
watched Season
I
1.
thought I was talking about Halo Infinite. It's getting a new trailer dropping, I think, tomorrow.
That would just be Season 6.
Season 2.
Bro, we're on Season 5. What are your numbers?
They're JoJo's numbers. They go all over the place. Yes, Mangler, you silly
Kind of like
goose.
the shuttle.
Alright, never mind. It's talking about TV show. Never mind. I am the wrong one. Apparently, I am the wrong one.
Yes. Now suck it.
Surprisingly, I won.
I swear
Suck my
they
life,
ripped
you
off Red
bastard.
versus Blue for this Cars thing, and it's perfect.
Here I am, just trying to be wholesome, writing family-friendly stories in some universe, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Shut
Family friendly.
Oh, here we go. When I told him Joseph Joestar had died of cancer 2 years ago, Cars said, "Oh, luck was always on his side. If he was still alive, would you have sought revenge? He'd be an old man, nearly 100 years old." I would indeed. After all, the man sent me into space 37 times. I wouldn't have felt free.
That's
Look, he's 100 years old, but I would still kick the shit out of him.
Joseph Joestar's an old man? Square up Cars?
I wouldn't feel freed from that fate until things are settled between us. I spent my eternity dreaming of placing a stone mask on that man, turning him into a vampire, and having him devour the humans, and finally yeeing him myself.
It can't be going through all those 36 universes. I gotta say.
I just love that he is basically just fucking church. He's like, yeah, listen, I lost, and I came back, and then I lost 36 additional times. Ugh. I did not change my approach one time.
Well,
Look, I lost until I won.
Well, to be fair, he did change his approach. It's just that the few times he did, things did not end well for him. Like, the Yellow Church, if you remember that one.
Didn't that one end up just being like a version of church that was inside of Caboose's mind that got blasted back due to Wyoming's time fucking dilation device?
No, I think he made it all the way to Season 5, and then something in Season 5 sent him back in time.
Well, yeah. So Church was inside Caboose's mind. He was trying to get Tex out of there. He killed her. To get her out of his mind. He's like, "Hey, somebody kill me!" And then he picked up O'Malley's grenades and chucked them. And the church that was inside Caboose's mind that had yellow armor came over to talk to him when he threw the grenade, and both of them got blown out of his head. And he ended up near Flowers' body, or one of the Wyoming's bodies. He's like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on here?" And then you hear the sound of Wyoming's time dilation device fuck up, and then he gets sent back to Sidewinder. And that's how the Yellow Church is supposed to be there.
I'm gonna have to look it up later.
Trust me, it's the weirdest thing.
Another one. They keep appearing wherever we go. They must be guarding.
Ooh. So the stone masks are a great source of energy and nutrition. Mere humans are hardly enough to satisfy our appetites. Turning them into vampires makes them far more appetizing.
It's hard for me to believe that it's been 12 years since they released the I Am the Best song in Red vs. Blue. I remember when my friend let me borrow a Red vs. Blue DVD to watch Red vs. Blue, and it had that music video on there. Kyle, could you stop beating up your fucking daughter?
Okay, so apparently Cars can stick his fingers, and not even his fingers into your head, and can basically control your entire body, make your head swing, your neck break, all the bones in your body twisting. Could cause vibrations, can bend your knees and your elbows way too far out of body. He even claims he can make wings grow from someone's back. I don't even so I guess Cars can just control evolution itself, and he can give it to other beings.
That's hardcore.
So why is he such a dick?
Well, he says humans are a fascinating species. He says it seems like they're constantly striving to become something else, but they resist actual change. Most likely, they're simply enjoy imagining things. This is what I like most about the human race. They're the only ones who imagine, who create, who make stories. When I was living underground, I gathered stories humans had written and read them. Humans are the only species that enjoy things that happen to others of their own kind. At first, I had no idea why they were enjoying it. Our brains had no concept of emotional investment, of putting ourselves in other people's shoes. It wasn't easy to do. My race was complete as it is and was satisfied with that. As a result, they lacked ambition. They made no progress of any kind and lived a life of stagnation. But there's a difference between being already sufficient and simply not knowing something that isn't insufficient. I came to understand that we weren't perfect. We just hadn't noticed that we weren't. We lacked even the ability to realize this fact because we were never comparing ourselves to anyone else, because we expected nothing from anyone else, and made do entirely with what we already are. But I noticed. Reading human writings and learning to enjoy themselves put new electrical impulses through my mind. I knew then that we'd never stop to think about our own potential.
Isn't that the whole point of the fucking mask? Is that Cars was like the only guy of his race who actually tried to experiment?
Yes, because he realized they were experiencing stagnation. Because he wanted to improve. He wanted to change. This just provides context for why he was experiencing that. Because we were certain that our species was the pinnacle of all things unless we had to stop progressing. This is the first time I ever felt dissatisfied, the first time I ever questioned myself. That led to frustration, to anger, and that frustration and anger pleased me. It was what you would call a eureka moment.
Kyle, stop killing your fucking daughter! Holy shit!
It's nothing. Let's press on.
What the hell? Oh, Cars just pulled Narancha's stand out of his body. He's like, is this a machine? Has human technology created boats that can go inside the body?
Bruh.
That's Nazamil's goal, right? A world whose inhabitants all think and feel exactly the same. Or more accurately, don't think for themselves at all.
Her dream is admirable, but this is no way to achieve it.
Okay, apparently Trish in this timeline is a porn star who is a member of the Italian Parliament. I don't know.
I know she wanted to be famous, but
She was famous for multiple reasons. Oh yeah, I forgot that Cars can basically take people's memories and play them off like a play play them off on a wall like a projector, as if they're like a movie reel.
What?
He literally has like his own version of Heaven's Door, but it's not a stand ability. It's just like interacting with your brain.
It's not like we're dragging her out of there. I know that, but still.
Nazamil felt rejected by us. That's why she closed her heart.
She's been rejected by others her entire life, and that's why she hoped we would accept her.
I thought telling her that she's not alone would open up her heart again.
Oh no, they're teaching cars how to use stands.
That's not enough. If we just accept her, and that's all we do, it will be the same as it was before, and she'll still be letting others.
So he said, then I can use stands too? Well, I guess you can see them and touch them since they're the ultimate life form. And then Cars held a palm up in front of his chest, and a submarine surfaced from inside of him. It was a different design than Narancha's Das boot. Cars had just spontaneously developed a stand. I understand now. Literally took him 2 seconds. Since it's within my own power, I can easily grasp what it can do.
That's silly.
Oh no. He sees that Poochie has writing all over his body. And apparently, when Whitesnake punched Cars in the face, instead of one disc popping out of his head, but a flood of them came out of his head.
Man, look at this.
Why does he have multiple?
Look at this theming here. Look at this fucking setting to build up a tone. Final Fantasy 16. Why didn't you take notes?
Yeah, so as soon as he gets hit with Whitesnake, he says, "So, this is your stand's power. Fascinating. I understand it." And then immediately afterwards, a stand comes out of Cars' back that looks like Poochie's Whitesnake, but it's bigger and it has 3 heads and 6 arms, like a statue of Ashura.
Yes, because when Cars gets a stand, it is always the ultimate version of the stand.
Yeah, so he just sees it and was like, "Oh, okay."
No, wait, I thought he had to steal them from people. He can just look at people and take it?
No, he doesn't convince them. They hit him or interact with him or show them it and give him an explanation, and he's like, "I see. I understand that now," and then he just makes it.
If that's how he makes Gold Experience Requiem and beats it, that's gonna be fucked.
Wouldn't that mean if you have, like, logic manipulation, you'd be able to perceive Gold Experience Requiem and beat it that way?
Probably.
Alright. He says, Poochie says, "How did you get this power?" Cars asked. "Were you stabbed by a special arrow?" "Long ago when I was on Earth, there were occasionally people with special powers, and I made a tool that could pull those powers out of humans, a bow and arrow. I barely used it before I began slaughtering my own species. In theory, that bow and arrow can trigger a reaction to protect their own lives from a fatal wound. Their talents would blossom, their energy would heal the wounds, and they would discover special abilities previously hidden within them. Has something like that pulled this stand out of you?"
Mangler, Spar's asking if there's any way to cheese Yozara.
I don't know of any way to cheese Yozara, but people have told me Ariel might help. So, based on what Cars says, Cars kind of implies he's the one that created the stand arrow.
If that, I mean,
Which-
that would be consistent.
Oh my god, it's the King of Kings!
Holy shit. She's copying a good Final Fantasy protagonist.
Oh, yes. The Devil's Palm.
Bro, she's summoning the fucking weapons of the fucking of the other lords.
Lords?
It's literally just a ripoff of 15's fucking Royal Arms. And it's still way better than 16. Damn. Actually, so Kyle, now that you're finding out,
Do you see how this one's thematic
I was gonna say, Kyle. So now
compared to when Ultima did it?
yeah, I was gonna say, now that you've seen 2 villains so far, who've used movesets from other characters in the game, who do you think did it better?
I think Nazmil did it better. Unironically, if Nazmil was to fight Ultima, she would beat the dog shit out of him.
I tried that shit. It didn't shit to him. This is actually, so a lot of you guys might not know this, but this is the amount of violence parents back in the 1900s would inflict on their children whenever they did something wrong. This is 100% accurate to what would happen if you got in trouble. Has she used Dopamine staff yet?
Yes, she's using it now.
Hey Dohalim, you wanna do something? Oh. Bro, if I get sick again during the end of the fucking semester, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Consider yourself finished, little girl. I guess in the meantime, I'll send this over to Mangler since Newhan fixed it up.
Whoa.
Huh? What the fuck is she doing? Oh, not this again. Alright, that's the one you had fixed up, so that's the most recent one. Let's head over to Devil 2.
Apparently, Dio is firing shots at Cars, and Cars is like, that's funny. This lowly vampire has some balls. He must be very confident in his stand ability. Also, I have consistent statements that stands ignore the laws of physics. So, this case,
I mean, they do levitate, and they are non-interactable.
No, they state it like 2 or 3 different times between multiple different chapters. When we reach Earth, I'll begin by conquering all Stand Masters.
Cars, could you chill the fuck out, please?
No, I want to see Ultimate Pearl Jam.
I want to see Ultimate BFG. Is it just it can think? Ooh, that'd be scary, actually.
I read that she didn't do shit to him. Oh no.
I want to see the Ultimate Big Friendly Giant.
Bruh. Stay sharp. The little girl we're beating up is playing up a slightly harder fight than I thought she would have. Did she heal? Oh, bitch, use heal. You can't heal, we heal.
That's not fair. You can't do that.
One of the best things I love about Hazen question does not continue to throw his weapons to teleport. Yes. However, that's a little inconsistent with his King of Kings form. Once he activates his so base Noctis needs to throw his weapon to teleport because he's teleporting to his weapon. But any form that has the arm gird does not need it to teleport. What?
So,
How are you still awake? Go to fucking sleep.
I'm almost done with this novel. So, George Joestar basically asks him if he can borrow the disc of his Stan's power. And Cars laughs and is like, haha, bold move, George Joestar. I thought you were going to ask for my help, but you'd rather do something yourself. And he gives him a copy of it and lets him put it into his head. And as he does, he says, but can a mere human use my power? And then
Dio steals it.
George says he exploded. I literally exploded, and there are still pits of gore dripping all off the walls, and Notch on the ceiling, Poochie on the floor were both gaping at me covered in blood, but my body was back to normal, completely uninjured. Cars was still laughing. You really don't think things through. Like, thanks, Cars. Can I ask how? I'm pretty sure I was totally dead there. Flesh is a vessel, and the soul is like ice cream made inside. If the vessel breaks, the soul momentarily retains its form. I merely reassembled the vessel before the soul melted away. So, based on what's presented, Cars can literally remake your body from, like, might be able to remake your body from almost complete destruction.
He's probably using his own matter to do it. Are you
His own what?
His own matter, like his own flesh.
Well, yeah, but, like, still.
Oh. Hey, Power of the Supreme King over there. You want to do something about that? No, we're just gonna keep watching, huh? Oh, what is that?
Why do you interfere? It's no good. Long as she's wearing that mask, nothing we say can get through to her.
Red flag. Red flag. Red flag. Red flag.
So, yeah, he's just like, alright, so, after, I guess, he explains the ice cream analogy, he's just like, well, I guess we answered the question, what is that? What is life? That was never a question. Okay, but was my ice cream okay? Did I spill any? I did not fail. I've already removed the 36 souls from the extra mass, so I have experience, but my experience also tells me that you died a number of times. Huh? If we extend the ice cream analogy, if you melt ice cream and refreeze it, it doesn't quite taste the same as it did. The texture changes. Understood? Yes. It's exactly like that. So I felt like I was dying several times? Yes. And your emotional reaction to that damages your soul.
Holy
as
shit!
opposed as possible.
Can you fuckers do something? All you're doing is watching!
Like, well, when you turn the extra cars into fuel and ship parts, did their feelings damage their soul? I sense nothing like that. The extra mass gave me their lives, and I simply took them. Oh, okay. No point in arguing amongst yourselves. We are the ultimate thing. There is no discord among us. We all understand everything, and I do not throw out the souls I removed. They now form a part of me.
What
Do you
the
lick them?
fuck is going on?
Do you lick them like ice cream? Eating them? The ice cream is a metaphor, fool. Are you really human? What happened to your ability to make sense of things? Haha, you sure are smart, boss Cars. You are merely far too stupid. I can't believe you're descended from that crafty Joseph Joestar.
Kyle, what in the sweet hell are you fighting?
The oppressor.
Okay, I do love his response after he says, "I can't believe you're descended from that crafty Joseph Joestar." Well, I am adopted.
Damn.
Oh.
You can't with the transformation scene, Zim? You wanna know who didn't write the transformation scene? A protagonist who has agency. Kyle, can you stop painting tangles, please? You're hurting me. I'm getting some splash damage over here. Existence erasure resistance, foreshadowing. We'll see.
Okay, so apparently someone just took out Diavolo and Yoshikage Kira together.
You could just say Cars did it.
Cars isn't on the planet yet. They're descending into the atmosphere. Someone else killed them.
You can start over, just give me your knees.
Or maybe infinite inaccessible speed. We'll have to see. Oh, are you sure you're tired now, Mangler?
That was me.
Oh my goodness.
I think Cars is performing the Made in Heaven ritual.
Is he now?
Yep.
It feels wrong, but we have to keep beating up this little girl. Officer, I assure you, me drop-kicking this baby was necessary for the survival of the human race. Correcting each other's mistakes? What if you have friends who only just try to correct everything you do? Not naming anyone in particular, of course. Oh, Kyle! Oh, where did that come from?
I don't try and correct everything you do.
Who the fuck are you lying to? Wait, what is this?
I did, you had no mistakes.
What the fuck? Yo, calm the fuck down! I was kind of expecting that to be a little more impressive, honestly. Oh, it's AoE, Kyle's gonna die!
Turn the entire area into ice.
Why does everybody know about me in heaven?
If this story doesn't end with Alphine, or with Alphine and fucking Shion adopting this fucking girl, I will be very disappointed. I think we've already crossed the point we weren't supposed to be streaming this game anymore, actually, now that I think about it. For context, when this game first came out, Koei Tecmo Games, I think they're the ones who make this game. No, not Koei Tecmo, it was, Bandai? Point is, whoever made this game, was asking streamers to not stream beyond a certain point. Whoa, Alfie, what the fuck? Rod's a little kid. You don't gotta use the burning sword.
That was pretty cool.
Me when I use my hyper combo ultra level 3 super on a little kid.
Yeah, who's the guy that claims that King Crimson only perceives future or something like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Did George Joestar reveal something?
No, just tell me what his name is.
Jabba Godot.
So I can insult him correctly.
Jabba Godot.
Yeah, Jabba Godot is a fucking idiot. They say directly in the novel that the boss of the Shonen family, who calls himself the Devil Diavolo, is standing named King Crimson. He had a face type stand on his forehead called Epitaph, which accurately predicts the future, albeit only for 10 seconds. He could then erase that part of the future, leaving only the experience of it behind with no other impact of what happened next. Say you ate something and felt full. He could send King Crimson to remove the part where you ate, leaving with no idea where you felt full. He could predict the future and delete time. No wonder he survived so many assassination attempts.
You mean he survived the perception?
It's literally where I thought it was. Like going onto the editing part and just getting rid of cutting 10 seconds.
Just imagine it's literally like I don't know why it was so difficult for him to imagine this. It was like imagining a time variant of the hand, because the hand erases space. This just erases time.
Wait. It erases space mainly?
No,
is that what they said?
No. I'm saying you would it would be very simple for this guy to use an analogy for someone who presumably read JoJo's.
No, because his problem. His problem is that he's one of those people who literally thinks that time and space are interwoven so closely that if you delete one, you're deleting the other at the same time.
Man, I really wish we'd get at this point in the the universe where humans can control the actual flow of time and we're not just experiencing a facet of it. So I don't have to argue with all these unscientific fucks. But then again, they could also.
Do we all just get a power up?
They could also just admit that they're wrong.
Is this the power of friendship? Oh my goodness! You don't even fight this boss fight. Bro, this guy
I don't know
never
why they
stood a
even
chance.
delete
My
this shit
theme song is
when
on.
JoJo still operates under relativity.
That's cool.
They literally said in order to move through time or move near time, you would at least have to. Speed is important, and you would need to approach the speed of light, or you need a hole in the space-time continuum, or a wormhole that links to a different time and place, or bend space-time and take a shortcut.
Friends are equals no matter what.
King Crimson buff? No, it's just a more blatant statement about what King Crimson does.
Jobber Godot being like, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that.
Oh, wait, hang on. It gets worse. It gets worse. By then, he wasn't just aware of what was going on. Tsukumo Jogi was time traveling of his own free will. If the Arrow Cross House was a device to bypass space-time, then Tsukumo Jogi had learned to use it. The Arrow Cross House could bend space-time and create shortcuts. It could choose a place and a time and send us there. It could even act as delivery service, picking someone up and putting them where they needed to be. But how? How is it bending space-time? There were two ways modern science was aware of: speed and gravity. Giant celestial bodies like suns and black holes could bend the fabric of space-time. Light didn't proceed in a straight way past them, but in Morio, nothing with that powerful gravitational field existed or could exist inside of Arrow Cross House. After all, in order to increase gravitational pull, you had to increase mass. Morio and Arrow Cross House were too small to contain something that large. To comprehend the volume of that mass required even more power, and if they succeeded, they'd just end up with a black hole. Could Tsukumo control something like that? He wasn't even a stand master. If the Arrow Cross House's stand power was having a black hole, there'd be more to it than just time travel. So yeah, no, it follows relativity. Oh wait, it goes further. I realized that was wrong to say that he had just time traveled. He hadn't just traveled through time. He had gone back to the Arrow House afterwards and died. If he had been absorbed, he never could have gone back. Maybe there was a way to reverse the gravitational pull, but before considering that, I had to consider my initial premise. If Arrow Cross House was a device, could I determine the function from the construction design? Arrow Cross House was a functional compass, but the core of it was still the cube house, the tesseract. The house was made from 8 square rooms that allowed you to move indefinitely in any direction. The key quality lays in that infinite nature, noting any gravitational compression. Okay. Then I was about to start going over the idea of speed when I noticed something.
Fuck, it is very weird looking at that child smiling.
Also, yes, the actual size of the Arrow Cross the Cross House is infinite. It is confirmed to be the infinite vertical shaft, and it stretches indefinitely in every direction. So, this novel literally provides a textbook example of a relativity explanation, like blatantly. And this fucker managed to come to the interpretation that it was a perception manipulation.
No, so he did that specifically because he believes that because space and time are so closely linked, that if you were to erase time, you would erase space, and to argue cars erasing time, he believes you're erasing the whole universe and it coming back right afterwards.
Yeah, I know why he did it.
He literally says, yeah, it's garbage logic, but he's basically saying if he's doing that, then he's erasing the whole universe. No, he's just erasing a portion of time.
I mean, I guess if I erase space within a two-dimensional access point, I then erase space within a three-dimensional access point, right? That is how that works, right?
Yeah. Sounds good to me. So, Kyle's being a child so badly, they have come to enjoy it.
Hey,
Is that not what happened?
it gave her joy.
Oh, wait. No, they ran into Funny Valentine. There we go.
Mangler, go to fucking sleep!
No, hang on. I'm having some. Oh.
No, words play and do the cars.
Wait. Sorry, my chest is being weird. Oh god, my chest is being weird.
Yeah, your chest is feeling weird because you go fucking sleep.
That's not right. Oh, they're trying to figure out what. They still haven't figured out the point for fucking, I guess, Made in Heaven.
Bro.
If I stay with you and the others, I'm worried that I'll keep on wanting to make you happy no matter what.
Oh boy. Allow me to introduce the secret emperor, and here comes Dio.
Master Chief versus Baki?
Oh.
I think Master Chief takes that.
Poochie has now started the Made in Heaven thing. Apparently, they stood normally straight as they ever, but not because this force wasn't acting on them, just because they both possessed the physical strength needed to ignore the change in gravity. Gravity. If you can control it at will, you could bend space and time. That's why Poochie was killing his own Stan.
Those dolls were the best head props they put in these games. So, Kyle, am I the only one who's gotten so used to the head dolls I don't even notice them half the time?
I didn't even notice them.
I only notice the head dolls every now and again because they move around, but there has been enough times where I just don't remember them on there. Did this DLC need to exist? No. But it did a lot that like is nice enough to warrant its existence.
It's a nice after story.
Yes. It's a nice little conclusion, nice little cherry on top.
Oh, finally, we ran into Giorno. We have a normal story now.
Alright then, bring it on. Oh yeah, gonna step
Kishibe Rohan, best character in part 1. Finally, Rohan decided to make himself useful and give everybody the ability to speak Italian.
Beautiful. Is that a blind joke, Dolim?
Isn't there something you wanted to say to me?
Damn, you can see the eyes light up. Well, I guess that's that. Well, they actually have the voice line. Nope. Bastards did a cop out. Or, hang on. Yeah, it's very rare in Japanese media to have a confirmed relationship. I think it's part of the reason why Cloud and Tifa never get together in Final Fantasy VII. They don't usually confirm relationships like this. It's also why in the last Tales game we played, Vesperia, no one ended up getting together for the most part, despite the fact that there was clear flirting across the board. It's because the Japanese don't like that. I think.
But let's put it this way: did this DLC need to exist? No, but it's a feel-good DLC.
It is very focused.
But it also gives you an insight that like not everything was alright once everything was said and done, but it's on its way to being good.
Yeah, it did what Final Fantasy 16 fans claim Final Fantasy 16 did.
You know what hurts in about, what would you say, 8 to 10 hour campaign? This introduced a new character, a new story, and gave more heart and more story than a 52-hour campaign of nothing.
So, this campaign for you only lasted roughly around 7-ish hours. I think the last stream was only 3. Let me take a look. It's the focus, man. It's the fucking focus. You can tell it's the focus. If 16 would have just been more focused, man.
Well, it's also like, with this game, everyone has so much more personality.
You can just say a personality. Yeah, I mean, overall, I liked it. Cillian Murphy is now Marvel's top choice to play Doctor Doom. They're gonna get Scarecrow to play Doctor Doom. What the fuck? Sorry, completely off topic. I just someone sent me that. So, it was a good DLC. How much did it cost you? You said 20 or 30 bucks?
About 20.
Okay, so you're getting an 8-hour story, which is your average story length for most games, for $20, and that's not including all the side content you got, because there are probably secret bosses in this one and shit like that.
Well, there's probably secret bosses, and there's also probably like, I don't know, maybe like 30, maybe 40 side missions that I could have done to pad this out.
You can fight Zephyr in Tales of Arise?
You can find what?
We can fight Zephyr. You know.
Yeah, that's one of those quests that like takes a long time to unlock.
Oh, here's the Chronos boss fight you were talking about.
Yeah.
Did Beyond the Dawn add the secret boss? Let me see. Well, no one's got anything about new secret boss, so I guess not. No, I think we're good here. Oh, wait.
You have anything else you want to say?
There is a secret boss in this DLC. It's Volron.
Really?
Yes. You fight Volron again, I guess in a dream sequence. But it's a 1v1 fight, so you don't want no part of that. You don't want no part of that, Kyle. It's a 1v1.
I'll invest in that in my own time then.
Alright. Yeah, it's done already. That's about it. Mangler, are you gonna head off to sleep, or do you want to regale us with your Giorno information before we end the stream today?
I'm not sure what I'm actually reading at the moment.
Fair
Very
enough.
confusing.
Fair enough.
Alright, Mangler, you go to sleep now, and hopefully you can understand tomorrow. So, that'll be it.
Right then, so that'll be it for the Tales of Arise series. Look, the kind of like cut the shit for next time. Do you want me to do Far Cry 5, or do you want me to start like Naruto Ninja Storm 2? Because 1 doesn't really have that much of a story.
Let's just start 2, because of, the Far Cry games were fun to play through, but I think we could go for a little bit of a shorter Kyle stream. I don't know if you realize this now, but you've done, I think, 3 back-to-back 10-part streams for a game.
Yeah, I'm probably going to tell you this now. Ninja Storm 2 is probably longer than Far Cry 5.
How? How? Well,
Because you're going through, you're pretty much going through like, how do I put it? A streamlined version of the Naruto story, but it's still the Naruto story. So you still go through all the arcs, still do all the major fights.
yeah, but unless you suck ass, it shouldn't take you that long.
It's a very long game because there's a lot of dialogue.
Why am I?
And I actually have to physically like walk the places.
Why am I even reading the Naruto story if you're just gonna play it?
You're not reading it. You don't give a shit.
I am reading it. You just don't believe me because you don't believe anything I tell you. I'm already to the point where Itachi showed up to fucking kidnap Naruto the first time with fucking Jiraiya. I should probably kick up the pace though. Well, I got college projects. Fuck you. So, although I might have to go back for scan. Well, whatever. I'll just continue reading from where I'm at, and I'll go back to get scans later. At any rate, with that said, that's gonna be it for today's stream. Mangler, go to fucking sleep. And there will be no stream tomorrow because I don't think Devil's free. And well, actually, there might be a card game stream, but we'll see what happens. Because I do have to work on my final project for school, and it's due. When's the 12th of this month? It's due next week. So I might just not do a stream tomorrow and just work on that. Anyway, so with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next streamer video. Kyle, we'll be streaming this Thursday.
It should be.
Alright, well, Kyle should be streaming, so we'll see how it goes.